Good morning, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the British Protected Ornamental Association Technical Conference. My name is Derek Jarman. I'm a director at Hayloft Plants based in Pershore. We're a multi-channel retailer and grower of garden plants. I'd like to welcome you, the participants, to this conference. I'd like to welcome the sponsors, in particular Bulrush, Preva, Deutsche Plant Pack, Beacon Camp, Sinclair and Syngenta. I'd also like to welcome the two young ladies who are controlling us all this morning, which is Rachel and Coral, and they're the technical guys or ladies behind the scenes, and they're part of the British Growers Association. We've got a fun-packed agenda this morning. We've got three speakers this morning. We've got Susanna Bull live from the States at some godly hour in the morning. We're going to have a break at 10:45 through until 11:05, and then Chris Need takes over chairing the meeting. Questions, they've been asked to put them into the chat box, if any questions. Basis points, if you've not already applied, then you need to send an email to info@homegrownplants.org to get your basis points. Other than that, we're going to have questions at the end. Other than that, where are we going next? We're going to start with Sustainability Journey by Susanna Bull from the Bull Horticultural Company. She's been with the Bull Horticultural Company since 2007 and leads their sustainability initiatives, overseeing sustainability strategies and implementation in over 30 locations around the world. I believe we're going to start with a recording, and then we are then live from the States. So let's go across to Susanna. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BPOA conference. I'm very excited, very honored to be speaking with you all here today. As we've all been saying for years, it feels like now, I wish I could be there in person. We could all be in person, but those are the times that we're living in now. So I'm very excited to be coming to you still in this virtual format. I want to introduce myself really quickly. My name is Susanna Ball, and I'm the fourth generation owner of Ball Horticultural Company. For those of you who aren't familiar with Ball, we are a global breeder, producer, and distributor of seeds and cuttings of primarily vegetative or primarily annuals, but also roses, shrubs, and perennials as well. So you may be most familiar with us through our operation in the UK, Ball Colegrave. So there in the UK, we're doing distribution through Ball Colegrave. We're also doing production of young plants through Borden Hill Nursery. And then we also have vegetative production for the UK market out of Novasol Plantas in Portugal. So it's good kind of a snapshot of what we're doing all across the world. So we're located in about 20 countries right now and getting seeds and cuttings into the hands of growers pretty much all over the world. So I'm here today to talk with you about sustainability. And if you can kind of look at this map here in front of you through a sustainability lens, I think you'll see a little bit of some of the challenges that we've had in the past with our sustainability initiative, right? We have a lot of different locations doing a lot of different activities, everything from growing plants to just sales rep working in an office distributing. And we're also working in a lot of different markets and under a lot of different governments, right? So the sustainability landscape in all of those areas is quite varied. And so coming up with a cohesive kind of sustainability strategy that would work for everyone and for the company as a whole was a bit of a challenge, but I hope to kind of walk you through that today and share a few of the lessons that we learned along the way with the hopes that it can help you as you begin or continue or level up on your own sustainability strategies and journeys. So I want to talk first a little bit about some of the challenges that we've had in the past. So we started with a pretty strong focus on sustainability way back in about the mid 2000s, or around 2005. And we put a lot of effort into it. We put a lot of emphasis on it. And I think that we did quite a good job. I think that some of maybe the downsides or the negative things were that we were at the time, I think, very environmentally focused, which I think was true of a lot of sustainability. Looking back maybe 10 or 15 years, there was a big focus on the planet, and maybe not so much of the broader scope of sustainability that we're seeing nowadays. We also had kind of uneven enthusiasm about sustainability, which makes sense. I think if you look at the map, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of locations, there's a lot of managers, and I would say just sort of naturally, some were very excited about sustainability, and so they really put a big effort in, and others maybe weren't quite so much enthused, and so they didn't, kind of make that a priority for them. And on our side, I think we really allowed that to happen, right? Because we didn't have kind of overall goals or really metrics that we were holding different places accountable to. And so when somebody did something great, we would celebrate it and we would applaud it, but we weren't really keeping track of what everyone was doing and sort of what progress we were making on a larger sort of corporate scale. And I think another thing that we were kind of falling down on the job with a little bit was just our communication. So we did very little external communication, but we also did very, very little internal communication. So when we would have maybe a production farm that was having huge success with their biologicals program, that was celebrated sort of with that location, but it really wasn't shared with the broader kind of Ball family, the whole audience of all of our employees worldwide. So I think that was another, maybe looking back on it, kind of another failure on our part, which is not putting that emphasis on communication. So kind of with that backdrop, right at the very start of the pandemic, at the tail end of 2019, the beginning of 2020, we really kind of decided as a company that we really wanted to sort of renew our focus on sustainability and really put some structure and some framework to it, so that we could really move forward in a more directed way. And so we identified kind of right away that we had some work to do sort of before we could jump into this. And so my colleague Bill and I decided that the first thing that we should do before we kind of tried to change anything, really go back to school and really get ourselves kind of recentered on what is sustainability today. And so we went to the University of Cambridge, which I'm sure you are all familiar with. Unfortunately, we could not go in person, but we did spend 8 weeks doing an online course on business sustainability management. And that was very important, both for the two of us, just to sort of have that common background, but also as an American company, I think we were starting to recognize that sort of just being based in America, being surrounded by America, I guess, we weren't kind of on that cutting edge of sustainability, and we weren't really keeping up with kind of the most new or the most modern sort of takes on sustainability. So we went through that class and we kind of got our bearings and sort of really started to understand and really wanted to take into account this broader global definition of sustainability. So not just having that environmental side, but also really looking at some of the social side, the wages, benefits, the safety, the education, all of those kind of social aspects of corporate sustainability, and also really kind of bringing the community aspect of that into it as well. So we already did a lot of volunteering, a lot of giving back, a lot of donations within our community, but we had never really thought of that as being under the sustainability umbrella. So kind of having that new definition or that new framework of sustainability was very helpful for us going forward. We also decided, obviously, that we wanted to establish corporate goals, right? I think that was quite obvious that kind of some of our shortcomings in the past had been because we weren't all sort of working towards the same target and we weren't all kind of working in the same direction necessarily. So we really wanted to establish those corporate goals, and we really wanted to increase our employee awareness. Another one of the things that we really learned as we kind of started on this was just how important sustainability and sort of a business's purpose is now to sort of the modern workforce, if you will, sort of the millennials, the Gen Zs. We saw more over and over again data points on how important it is for prospective employees looking at a company. That's one of the first things they're looking at is, what's their sustainability page on their website? What are they doing? How are they giving back to the community? That had just become such an important part of running a business. And so we really wanted to make sure that we had a good sort of communication and outreach strategy just for our internal employees as a part of our new initiative. So if you think back to our map, we've been priding ourselves for over 100 years that we've been in operation, that we really try to keep a decentralized approach to our global sort of network of companies, right? We don't want to be really heavy-handed, come down on a corporate level of mandating what every single location does. And I think that is a big part of our strength, that we've recognized that, these people are living in the markets, they know the markets best, and they should really be the ones that are making the decisions, and not just us sitting here in Chicago trying to make decisions for Australia, whatever it happens to be. So we really wanted to keep that sort of spirit and that structure in our new sustainability framework, because I think the same thing holds true for sustainability. Different markets have different needs, different laws, different governments, different just sort of consumer levels of consumer interest in sustainability. So even though it's a global problem, there's still a regional aspect to it. So we really wanted to keep that. But we knew that we also needed kind of a corporate framework for everybody to be working towards. So what we came up with was sort of a two-pronged approach. So we created 3 high-level corporate goals. So these are goals that all of our employees, all of our locations are working towards. And those are centered on those 3 words that you see at the bottom. So the people, the community, and the planet. But then we also tasked each of our locations to come up with goals specifically for them. So goals that are unique to their location. And those are things that reflect sort of the issues at hand for them. So for example, our location in the UK, unsurprisingly, is working towards reducing peat. That's a local kind of challenge that they have to rise to. So it made sense for them to be prioritizing that as one of their goals. Whereas some of our other locations that don't even grow plants, they would have no reason to include peat as one of their goals. So kind of really trying to have each location come up with their own sort of tailor-made set of goals and set of objectives that they could be working towards. And we also wanted those goals to reflect just the interest or the passions of the people there. So again, using our UK example, our UK location as an example, the team at Borden Hill for many, many years now has been very passionate about conservation, wildlife habitat, rare plants and animals. And that's just something that their team has rallied behind and has really been working on for many years. So that's wonderful. We want to celebrate that. And they set that as one of their goals for their location. Whereas maybe another location might be super passionate about education and giving back to a local school. So just really kind of giving the flexibility for them to reflect whatever's going on in their location. So that was another very important thing for us. So this is kind of just very quickly the framework that we've set out. We've been working on it for about 2 years now, almost exactly 2 years. And as you might imagine, if you saw the map at the beginning, it's been a little bit of a challenge to kind of get everybody onto this new sort of system and get everybody to set their goals, set the metrics associated with those goals, and really kind of get the ball rolling on that. And so I wanted to run through just kind of five lessons or 5 kind of takeaways that we encountered during this process that we've been going through over the past 2 years. And I hope that some of them will be helpful to some of you, or at least interesting to hear about. So here we go. So takeaway number one was define your champions, right? So I think every single business in the world right now has someone on their team, someone on their staff somewhere who is very, very passionate about sustainability. And the odds are that there are many of them, in fact, who are passionate about sustainability. And I think one of the best things that we could do early on in our goal setting process was to identify those champions and to get them at the table. You know, these are the people that are bringing a huge amount of energy to this. They're bringing a lot of accountability to this, right? If they know about it and they see you falling down on the job, they will let you know, and they will hold your feet to the fire on. And the other great thing about this is not only do you kind of have a great person for the job that needs to be done, but these champions, it's a huge positive opportunity for them, right? To be able to come to work every day and also be working on something that they're really passionate about outside of work is seen to them as a huge benefit and just such a motivational part of their job. So it's really a win-win for everyone if you can find these champions and you can get them working on sustainability for you. And it's a great reason. It's a great opportunity for some of our managers or some of our teams that maybe aren't as passionate about sustainability. You know, don't. There's no shame. Hand it off to the champions, and they will run with it, and they will work extra hard to get everything done. So finding our champions was definitely an early win that we had. Another kind of lesson that we learned was that, especially for those locations who are really starting from nothing, was to get certified. Find some sort of certification scheme and enroll yourself in it. We've been working with NPS for well over 10 years now at all of our production sites, and it's just been invaluable to, kind of know what we need to be measured, kind of see our metrics over time, and just have kind of a ready-made set of goals and of things that need to be tracked through that certification, right? Like they always say, what gets measured gets improved. And without sort of the rigor of going through a certification scheme and having that objective sort of outside viewpoint, you don't really get that strictness of measurement. And so that was a really good tool for a lot of our locations who are just starting out to go through those kind of assessments. And the cool thing is that we, with our experience with NPS, we had always thought about certification as more of an environmental thing, like organic certification, something like that. But there are actually a ton of social certifications out there. We've been working at many of our locations with Great Places to Work, which is a company that sort of assesses employee satisfaction and employee well-being. And that's been a really, really great tool for us. There's also some more like local or regional certifications, like in the UK, you have BOP, which I know we've been working closely with. Australia has a similar sort of Australia-specific certification scheme. So at the end of the day, I think it didn't really matter which one we picked. Just picking something and going through that process of going through a certification was really, really helpful for everyone. So that would definitely be something I would recommend. In the same spirit of, not reinventing the wheel or kind of letting someone else set your goals or set your targets for you, we also latched on very early to the sustainable development goals. So you guys are probably already familiar with them. They're UN 17 global goals. They were created in 2015 as really a roadmap for the world, essentially, on how to get to a better place, both socially and environmentally. And so these have been a really, really great tool. We gave them to a lot of our locations and sort of asked them to go through these goals and sort of say, which one kind of speaks to you, which one do you think that you could participate in as a company. And it was just a really good kind of initial baseline to kind of start setting goals and just kind of getting new ideas into people's heads. Because again, I think a lot of people were really stuck on that environmental piece of, we need to recycle, we need to reduce our chemicals, when really there's a vast array of sort of social and education and all these other sort of topics that also are under that sustainability umbrella. So that was a really good learning experience for us. Also a global set of goals, and we're a global company, so it was a cool thing for sort of everybody internationally to be rallying behind, and it's kind of become a little bit of a common language, I think, for everyone, which is really neat. And just kind of on a practical level, they have a ton of content, a ton of videos, posters, kind of anything you could possibly need, recorded webinars, all kinds of stuff. So on that level, it's also really nice to kind of lean on them for some of that. So that's been a really good tool. The last one is, or the next one is a little bit different, but I think it's kind of making sustainability work for you, right? When we first kind of started out, there was a lot of sort of reluctancy, I think. A lot of people who were thinking, oh, geez, this is just going to be one more thing on my plate, one more extra item on my to-do list. And so it took a lot of kind of teaching people to sort of flip that script a little bit, right? And start thinking, instead of, what do I have to do for sustainability? It's kind of, what are the challenges that my business is facing? What are sort of the threats that are on the horizon in my market or in my business? And how can sustainability solve for that? So a good example is down in South Africa, right? They have a government energy provider, which was both very, very unreliable. So they would turn off the power at the drop of a hat. And they were also very, very, very expensive and getting more and more and more expensive. So that was a big threat to the business in South Africa, right? It's hard to run a business if you don't know whether or not the lights are going to go out in the middle of shipping season or something. So that was a threat to their business, and it was also a financial threat to their business with just these soaring energy costs. And so for them, looking at putting a solar array at their facility, yeah, it's great for sustainability. It's great for our carbon footprint goals, but it's also just really, really good for their business and creating a more resilient and a stronger business going forward. A similar kind of story in China. So one of our China locations, over the past 20 years, the water level had gone from 1 meter to 20 meters. Like, it was just their aquifer was drying up, and it was really becoming kind of a crisis, right? If you all know, if you grow plants and don't have water, it's kind of a done deal. So for them, looking at building reservoirs, collecting rainwater, putting in RO systems so that they can recycle their water, not only was a great sustainability win, but it was really basically essential to the survival of their business. So just kind of looking through some of the challenges that you might be facing and trying to see if there is a sustainability solution to it. One of the things that we're looking at right now is living wage, which I know the UK is already ahead of everybody on getting those figures out there. But when you look at some of our markets where labor has become tighter and tighter, moving to a living wage, not only is it the right thing to do just for humanity, but it also puts you in a better position sort of as an employer of choice if you're in a tight labor market. So there's countless examples of that, but just, trying to really think about how can sustainability work for me instead of only thinking about it as an extra thing that needs to be done. And lastly, and probably my favorite, is just do it. So when we were in the early stages of trying to set our corporate goals and sort of figure out what our strategy would be, we were doing a lot of hand wringing and kind of wrestling. Should we set a 2030 target? Should we set a 2050 target? How do we know if we can make it? Should we reduce our carbon footprint by 50%, by 100%, by 30%? it was very stressful, and we didn't quite know kind of if we set a goal, what we were committing ourselves to, right? And finally, one of our board members who's been involved in sustainability for many, many years just came to us and said, just do it, just set the goal, right? And then you can figure out how to do it. And if you figure out that you can't do it, then you can change the goal, right? But nobody's forcing us to adopt these goals. We're doing it for ourselves, for the betterment of the world and of all the people around us. So as long as we're striving and we're working towards a goal, that's really what matters. So kind of avoiding that analysis paralysis that I think can sometimes play a part in these goal setting and in these metrics. At some point, you just kind of have to make a decision and go for it and see how far you can get. So that's really what I have for everyone today. I really want to thank you all, the BPOA people, for having me at this conference. And I really want to urge all of you to reach out. I have my email up here, and I'm happy to answer any questions or go into a little more detail on kind of some of our specific goals and what we're working on. I'm happy to share any information that I have. And I believe that we have an opportunity to open it up for questions. So I'm happy to do that now. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Susanna. That was a brilliant presentation. So I believe the protocol from Rachel and Coral is to put your questions into the chat box, and then I will read them out. So can I start with my first question? Sustainability, Susanna. You said different markets have different needs. Where is the UK in the sustainability league, and who is the top and who is the bottom?
The top and bottom of all the countries. Is that the question?
Yeah. So where's the demand for sustainability the greatest? Is it where is it the least, and where's the UK in that league table, if you have such a thing?
Yeah, I think definitely the UK would be very far along, right? That's one of the reasons that we picked the Cambridge course, because we had a good understanding that the UK was really far along. UK and the EU really has kind of always, I think, been on the forefront of sustainability. But the interesting thing was that we did a survey early on of all of our locations, and we had kind of guessed that it would be kind of the UK and Europe would be highest priority, and then maybe it would start to fall down in terms of employees' interest or just sort of consumer interest in sustainability. But we were really pretty surprised that, especially among the employees and just sort of society at large, there really wasn't a region or a country that was just totally uninterested, right? Which we had kind of suspected might be the case. So I think it's we're in a super global world, and I think those global trends are really becoming quite the same everywhere. Maybe the governments aren't enforcing different things as strongly, but I think the consumer kind of interest in just the society's sort of want to be sustainable is definitely there all over the world.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I can't see any in the chat box, but maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Coral and Rachel, am I looking in the wrong place?
Potentially, we have one question from Chris Need.
Right.
Which is, have you any specific examples of Ball initiatives you're proud of?
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of initiatives that I'm really proud of. One of the things that we've been working on a lot this year and last year is really trying to ramp up our community engagement, our community, just giving back to our community, especially after COVID, especially in a lot of the more developing countries that we work in, their economies and a lot of the people there were hit really hard. So we made a big effort to kind of give back to the communities where our farms work. Our farm down in Chile, I'm a little bit partial because I work very closely with them, but they were able to get their maintenance and construction guys to help out and actually build a vaccination center at the local hospital as the vaccine was starting to roll out. So that was a just a really, really cool story. Just, you know, in the moment of COVID, that was something that a lot of us were really, really proud of. So that was a cool one just recently.
Thank you. Any more questions from anyone? I've got one final question. What time in the morning is it, Susanna, with you?
It's 4 in the morning. So
4 in the morning. Well, shall I bring that session to an end, and obviously to thank Susanna for both the presentation, the recording, and also the live presentation at 4 o'clock in the morning. It just shows you the dedication that the Ball Group have to both to us guys and also to the world. We do thank you sincerely, and we wish you success in your sustainability quest, and many thanks once again. So,
thank you guys very much.
Thank you. If we can now move on, our second speaker is Phil Griffiths of Deutsche Plant Pack. Now, Phil has been kicking around in this industry longer than I have, and I've been here for some 33 years. And Phil's CV is quite impressive. It starts off at Myerscough College, moves on to Sainsbury's Homebase, Beacon Garden Centre, Country Gardens, Brunel Marketing, Penn Hill Nurseries, and RA Meredith is when I met Phil when I first joined horticulture some 30 odd years ago. Then he goes on for Mercurius, Floramedia, a couple of years making money running a pub, and then finally back out of the pan in the fire into Deutsche Plant Pack, where he's now national sales manager. So I'd like to hand over to Phil, who's going to talk to us on carbon implications of plastics and the alternatives available. So thank you, Phil. Phil is live from somewhere in the UK, I guess. He's still there.
Yeah, morning, Derek.
I wasn't too rude, was I?
No, the only thing I object to there is that I made money running a pub business, but
all right.
Because anybody that does that gets the gold star from me and a real pat on the back. But here we are. We're back in the world of horticulture, and here we go.
That's better.
It's a frightening sight, so I was trying to protect you for as long as I could do. Yeah, back into the world of horticulture now, and I've been here at Desh for approaching 6 years. I'm doing what I shouldn't do, and speakers should never do, and that's start off with an apology. But the PowerPoint presentation that I've got for this one is literally just my words in the PowerPoint presentation, because I took over from my colleague in Holland at the 11th hour. But happy to do so, and happy to see so many sort of names from my past in the 62 participants that are watching this morning. So what we want to talk about then in a fairly broad span, and I'll be using my usual non-politically correct self to get myself through it, is the carbon implications of plastic and the alternatives, if they and could they exist. I'm just going to check if this, is it easier, Derek, if I speak all the way through and you just see my ugly face, or put the words on the screen as well? I'm happy to do either. I've lost your speech on that one.
I've got the mute on. I just talk if I was you, but choice is yours.
Yeah. Well, if you see the numbers decreasing on the 62 participants, you realise I'm boring them senseless, and you just have to do some party tricks along the way. If we go back in time then, and I go back quite a way in this game, as Derek pointed out, I remember in the old days, I was an apprentice at Burnley Borough Council up in Lancashire, and the pots in those days were filthy, heavy terracotta clay pots, and I remember to my cost actually scrubbing them and cleaning them in barrels of freezing cold water. During that apprenticeship. It was, as I say, it was a heavy, dirty product. As far as stackability was concerned and denestability, it didn't exist, and to be frank, the industry wasn't as advanced that it needed to do that. But moving forward in time, Desh actually were the first company to start manufacturing what we all now relate to as the commercial thermoform plant pot. And it's such huge strides really in many ways, because it gave tremendous gains to the growers. It was a much lighter product, obviously. You got greater density for to the pallet and for transportation. So it made transportation easier, it was cheaper. As far as automation was concerned, of course, it was a landmark. Great for automation, great stacking values, and less than half the weight of the existing injection molded pot as was around in those days. If we look at the waste side of things and the sustainability side of things, we've been using waste material, recycling waste material for more than 30 years. When I was sales and marketing manager at Meredith Nurseries in Gloucestershire in the dim and distant past, more dim and probably more distant, but there we go. I can recall that in those days, being on the other side of the fence, we criticised Plant Pack, as it was called then, for actually using recycled material. I can remember the growers down at Meredith saying, oh, the plant pots from Plant Pack are crap. They use so much recycled material. And then in those days, recycled meant weaker, it meant inferior. And in fact, in those days, Plant Pack actually stopped promoting the fact and talking about the fact that they were using recycled material. Here we are in 2022. How the tables have turned. Historically, DESH used to take the waste from other industries, which was becoming a problem, obviously. In fact, I remember again in one of my former lives, actually being able to send and get cash money for our waste plastic labels that we used to sell onto Plant Pack. I'm sure Phil Maybon, who's one of the participants this morning, will remember that in many ways, the money gained from selling the plastic paid for many a good Christmas party. If we could only get paid for waste plastic nowadays, I'd be a happy man. I might have a Christmas party as well, for that matter. That waste is now commonly referred to as post-industrial waste. However, DESH also used to recycle what is now called post-consumer waste by using the inside of refrigerators, shampoo bottles, etc. But in those days, DESH and Plant Pack didn't do it to be a greener company. They didn't do it to make a more sustainable product. They did it because it made commercial sense. By recycling the materials, developing material recipes, excuse me one sec when I take a slurp of this gin and tonic. By making the material recipes in our laboratories, nearly said laboratories there, that was being interesting. By adding other component materials as necessary, we could then make new pots, new trays that weren't inferior, and unless something had gone wrong, they certainly weren't any weaker. We would make the sheet on site and then produce the finished products to send to the grower. We made black material, boo hiss, by taking the darker waste materials out there and adding the black colorant, or master batch as we call it. Surprisingly enough, for terracotta, we took the lighter shades of the waste material and we added terracotta colorant to the mix. those were the days when we just had black or terracotta, how times have changed. But over the last 3 years, as pressure has increased, we've worked increasingly to make sure that all of our product is 100% recyclable. Following the Blue Planet expose, the whole world was suddenly exposed to the plastic monster, and especially evil black. But the problem was with traditional black was that it contained carbon in the pigment. Those online that are involved in the plastics business will know where I am on that. But because there was carbon content there, the detection equipment in the plastics recycling plants, if by some chance the plastic actually got to the recycling plant in the first instance, the black would not be recognized because the infrared detectors would be absorbed by the carbon. The black would be scooped off and go off to either landfill or incineration. So we have to react to the sort of public big word out there that black is bad, and how do we address that? Well, we seem to, everything we do now is endlessly striving to make our products, all of our products, near infrared detectable, so that in the hope that the plastic gets to a recycling plant, it is detected, it is creamed off, and it can be recycled. For example, polypropylene, our formulation, floats, so is easier to separate as it goes through the reprocessing plant. And we have the European certification by Cyclos HTP, which is the industry standard, which assures everybody that the material that we say it is what it is. The two descriptions I used earlier, post-industrial waste, post-consumer waste. The polymers, we look at it from the post-consumer waste, we look at it from the post-industrial waste. Essentially, the polymers are exactly the same, but of course it's come from a different route. The tendency in this current climate is to talk up post-consumer material. I mean, after all, there's probably one or two retailers listening and what have you, but it's easier for the multiples to explain to the public and talk this one up to the public if it is post-consumer waste. And it all sounds, we've heard it already, it all sounds very circular. Post-industrial doesn't really sound that circular. But in truth, it's exactly the same. The carbon content, mind you, is an interesting one to debate. And I could be on here about 3.5 hours and we still wouldn't get to the end of the conversation with all of this. But we ask ourselves, should we all be working to reduce this carbon content? Or should we be investing as a nation in the technology at the processing end, which would then detect such products? We have issues with growers in Southern Europe, whereby moving away from black has caused huge problems as far as light penetration through the wall of the pot and the root development thereafter. So black always was the best colour to block out such light. That said, those are my views, and it's not the view of the world at the moment. And of course, we're then encouraged to seek alternatives. We've signed up for the European Plastic Pact, and for 2025, by 2025, all of our products will be 100% recycled. They'll be 100% detectable, and as a result, 100% recyclable. We've smothered the roof of our main factory in Holland with solar panels, soon to do the same with our sister company IPP in Holland. We buy predominantly green energy and are involved in a huge investment plan to replace the old energy demanding equipment, machinery, with new energy efficient variants. We've just replaced a new thermoforming machine in the UK, albeit it's arrived about 6 weeks late, with a new machine that actually uses a third of the energy of its predecessor. So as a group, we're committed to be reducing the amount of energy per kilogram of material year on year. That's one of our goals, if you like. If we then sort of start to look at alternatives, what is there around? Well, in 1996, we started playing around with biopolymer materials and undertook a series of tests all the way through to 2004, 2005. Excuse me 1 minute again. Once you've had a taste of gin, it sort of doesn't go away. The success was sporadic, I have to say. The only reason it was sporadic was because of the poor availability of material to play around with. But in 2004-05, we worked with Boll and with Truffaut in France, using polymers derived from plant lactates. I mean, we've all, you know, it's nothing new, but we played around with it. It was a full-scale trial, and eventually it was commercially introduced 2009, 2010 as a material that could be thermoformed into trays and into pots. By specific request, it had to be formulated to be industrially compostable rather than home compostable, which seems a little bit, I normally say ask about face, but I'm not allowed to say that publicly. But the reason why is that the home compostable formulations were all degrading far too quickly. But however, I have to say that in the last 18 months, the project has again stalled, and it stalled again purely once more because of the poor availability of the material. We've also investigated, as our competitors, using paper pulp fibre products. We call this, as we give a name for most of our products, D-grade fibre. It's the product that's really considered 100% compostable, 100% recyclable, and leaves no harmful residues in the soil. So on paper, it's a great product. The downside is the CO2 footprint. It's incredibly demanding on energy and water to produce it. But we can't deny the beauty of it actually rotting down to nothing is great. But I know trials with one of the biggest supermarkets last year has been scrapped because based on the CO2 footprint, they've squashed it. The bio variants and the fibre variants, I believe, could be used as an alternative to plastics, with a lot more work, a lot more investment along the way. But I just question whether either are suited to the volume of production that the industry needs, and that to maintain lower prices, they can work with automation that is in the system effectively. And despite all this, back again, currently there isn't enough capacity of material or machinery to process it to make it work. It's 3 times the price of plastic. At the moment, we guesstimate it's about 0.5% of the 400 million euro market of pots and containers at the moment. And I don't need to remind anybody that's doing any purchasing at the moment that, like many other products and materials, cardboard prices are skyrocketing. So we still believe that the thin wall plastic product, where we started off, still offers the best solution, but only in a situation where we can recycle all this waste, including garden plastic waste. Before I moved back down to the dizzy depths of Essex, and I was living in Lancashire 3 years ago, whatever, 2 days before I moved down, we had new wheelie bins for the rubbish delivered. One for various materials, one for plastic. Embossed in the lid, it stated, "No plastic garden waste." Didn't mention anything about carbon free or which material, no plastic garden waste. So that's part of the link we've got. But it would be better, we feel, as Dash, if we could recycle all the pots, but actually try and keep the trays inside the industry and not send them to the consumer. To this end, we've had discussions with Obi in Germany, Intratown in Holland, with ideas to develop this closed loop system for trays, get them to hold on to them. We work with other tray manufacturers now, and Obi and Landguard with the new closed loop project Tray C, which focuses on a limited range of pot sizes, so at maximum 12 to 15 trays. But Obi and Landguard commit to gather the trays, sort the trays, recycle them. But they acknowledge the task is difficult, and not all the trays nestle together, so it doesn't make the job easier. But obviously, the fewer variants there are, it's easier for them, and it's easier for the manufacturing side of things as well. We don't yet see a holy grail which ticks all the boxes that we need to do for the sustainability argument. We trialed a new product which we call D-Grade Evo, which was made from essentially green waste, tomato stems, etc. But it's 10 times the weight. It's about 20 times the price, a stupid low amount on a pallet, and disintegrates in 6 weeks. This is before we say how we barcode it and label it and care card it, etc. So what we try and do with Dash is react quickly to market trends. We were one of the first to react to the changeover from black polystyrene to the green rPET for bedding packs and marketing trays. It's still an evolving market, but it's a difficult material to work with. We don't make it, none of our competitors make it, and so we're reliant on the supply from others. But this huge increase in demand on rPETs from a new marketplace has, of course, caused the prices to escalate. I'll show that in my presentation, which Rachel can distribute at the end, there's a feature from the FT showing just how prices are escalating with all of this stuff. And one of the downsides that grates with me with rPET is again this carbon footprint. We're not making it ourselves as we do with the other materials. So we have to bring it in. We bring it in from the Lebanon, we bring it in from Hungary, we bring it in from Scotland. I mentioned this to one of the supermarkets at the time, you know, are we not concerned about the CO2 footprint? Her exact words were, and I quote, "We don't give a shit about the carbon footprint. We as a company import green beans from Kenya 52 weeks of the year." And the reason for that, I was told, was the customer demands it. Can't remember the last time I went in and demanded Kenyan green beans, but we must obviously start doing it with green rPET trays. So the FT article, which is in my presentation, is worthy of some reading. It came as quite a shocker to me, but it basically states and goes through that because of market demands and the insistence on going recycled and the way that the drinks industry has jumped on that from being a market using virgin material, further puts the demands out there and questions whether the supply actually can satisfy the demand. With other materials, our industry has traditionally been able to buy the cheaper top end of recycled material. But since the explosion of the virgin material price, we are now in fierce competition with what I call the blue chip guys, you know, the Reckitt and Colemans of this world, the Unilevers of the world, who used to buy that virgin material, but because the price has gone up, they've had to come down a level and nick what we and other industries used to use. So of course that again has put the prices up and has stifled the availability. And then of course, we end up with the problem. I'll probably end up with about 20 spears in my back before I get off this presentation after this next comment. But of course, we get to the problem where growers then, we are reluctant to pass those rising costs onto the retailer because you've already set the contract price for that season. I'm sorry, but I've been in this industry long enough now and on most sides of the fence that there is not one buyer in this land that isn't aware of the increasing costs of all the materials that we're all having to sacrifice at the moment. So I'm afraid, you know, season contract prices at this moment in time need to be put on hold, and we actually need to be dealing with the real world. Else a lot of us that are sat in this presentation today won't be sat in a similar presentation in 12 months time because we won't survive. We're often seen, and you know, when I was on the growing side, we're often seen as an industry as a soft touch by the retailers. They doesn't get rid of Heinz baked beans, but they can kick the little grower out at the bottom of the lane without a second thought. But we have to be mindful of the fact big growers need big retailers, but in reverse, for a big retailer to get rid of a big grower, it means a hell of a lot of work and a lot of smaller growers to try and replace it.
Phil, if I could just butt in, we've been nagged to come to a close if we can.
Okay,
by the ladies.
That's quite handy because I'm on my last page. I told you I'd rant on, didn't I?
But you've got to the interesting bit. We're all enthralled, so carry on.
I think we've only lost about 45.
You've actually gained two.
As a business, just to wrap it up, as a business, we are going to continue. We have to address the subject matter. We have to realise that, you know, the demands for sustainability we want to be a part of, and effectively what we want to do is all the money that we've spent as an industry, not just DESH, on making our products recyclable. We have to make sure that government is there to make sure there is a system there is a path, so that all the recyclable products that are being made in this country are actually recycled. Last word, our CEO in Holland said 2 or 3 years ago now, waste plastics littering the oceans and the streets of the world is not a good thing. But dogs and cats make a hell of a lot of mess, but we don't shoot the dogs and cats. We clean up after them. Isn't it time we did the same with plastics? Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Phil. That was very, very, very interesting. We've got a couple of questions. I think we're just gonna, if we're allowed by Coral to take these. The first one from Simon Davenport, and Simon was the secretariat for many years, and we owe Simon a great degree of thank you for looking after the organisation in the past. So Simon wants to know, with new coloured pots, what percentage is being recycled from curbside collections or organised by garden centre recycling?
It's a
Well,
difficult one, Simon, because this is part of my argument. Really, is that what is capable of being recycled and what is actually being recycled. Uh, I would suggest is minimal. It's we don't have a uniform policy across a town or a county, let alone the whole UK. Until we get that way, I would question the recyclability. I go to my local tip here in Colchester, and it says in this one, hard plastics. But you go down in the afternoon, they say, hard plastics in there? Oh no, it's full now, just put it in general waste. And that is the problem. It's frustrating as hell for the whole industry. Some beyond horticulture, it's frustrating because I just don't think there is as much recycling being done because there's no funds for the investment.
thank you. And now I've got a second and final question from David May, which is, do you see the possibility of using mixtures of cardboard fibre and other organic waste? Is the low cost of pots a barrier to entry of new products?
I think the first part, David, I think is worthy of it. I mean, just repeat the second part, Derek.
I've got to find it first. The second part was, is the low cost of pots a barrier to entry of new products?
I think it's perceived value again, isn't it? We as a growing community, growers are put under tremendous pressure to keep the price down. And it's to get the real investment to get this holy grail. Most people say we want a biodegradable pot, for example. When I was in the labeling game, we want a biodegradable label, but we don't want to pay you any more for it. That's the problem, I think, is, we are looking at commodity products here, and it's getting everything to work in balance.
Thank you, Phil. We're going to have to bring that to a conclusion. You did manage to keep all your participants and gain 2 halfway through, so well done.
I think it's made everybody's day, Derek.
No, sincerely, that was a great presentation, and obviously lots of food there to think about, and obviously where we end up is anyone's guess currently. But yes. A brilliant presentation. Thank you very much, and we wish you well in your future.
Thanks, Derek, and thanks for everybody for attending.
Thank you. If we can now move on to our third and final speaker in this first session, we've got John Swain from NFU Energy. John's been involved in all areas of NFU Energy. His expertise is in technical consultancy, renewable energy, and energy scheme compliance. In recent years, John has consulted on all manners of renewable projects, especially AD, biomass heating, and CHP. So if John is there, we'd like to pass on to John. If we can conclude ideally sort of just before 11 o'clock, I won't get in too much trouble with Coral. So, where has John gone? Hello, John, can you hear us?
Hello, and welcome to this energy session for the BPOA conference. My name is John Swain, and I'm going to talk to you today about all the energy matters that have happened in the world over the last 12 months, and maybe try and explain some of them, and maybe try and explain some of the things that you can do about them, especially in the context of net zero, which is clearly something that we're all really keen to understand and to make actions towards. So hopefully over the next 20 minutes or so, you'll have a good understanding of what's happening in the world. Okay, so I call this the energy roller coaster of 2021. And we're clearly in 2022 as it stands at the moment, but looking back at what's happened over the last 12 months really kind of gives us a flavour of what might be to come as well. So yeah, it's an important thing to understand what's going on. Before we get there, GrowthSave, clearly this is brought to you in association with the AHDB GrowthSave programme. The GrowthSave programme there is to help you as growers to avail yourself of information about energy saving and climate control techniques that might help you reduce your costs and reduce your carbon emissions and reduce your energy consumption in the growing that you do. This program is still live. It's going to carry on for another 2 years. It's going to go to the end of 2024, September 2024. It's one of those projects that have been ring-fenced by DEFRA, despite AHDB being in the AHDB horticulture being in the situation that it's currently in. And so the program materials and events and everything else will live on through the AHDB website for the time being. So go to ahdb.co.uk and search for GrowthSave, and you'll find all the information that you might need. Other than that, just drop us a line, john.swain@nfuenergy.co.uk, or just find us through the NFU Energy pages. I'm going to put some graphs up the screen. Not everyone likes graphs, but graphs are there to explain what's happening and to demonstrate trends. So I make no apologies for them. I will try to keep them simple and try and talk you through what they're showing, but they're important nonetheless. So apologies for them if you don't like graphs, but graphs there are nonetheless. So alongside that then, here is what's happened to the energy prices over the last 12 months. So January 21 on the left, January 22 where we are currently today on the right hand side. The blue bar is the electricity price, pounds per megawatt hour, and that's the wholesale price of electricity. And the green line is the gas price, pence per therm, which is the wholesale price of gas and how that is traded. As you can see, despite most people thinking that it was the back end of the year where the energy price rises occurred, we had seen an increasing trend of energy costs creeping up almost from the beginning of the year. And the acceleration of that was in the August, September, October time, but the prices were already on the rise. And there's a number of things that sort of come into play with that. Yeah, the early stages were concerns maybe about potential shortages of gas, but more worryingly about the storage capabilities of various different places. Some storage capabilities for gas were out of commission, and therefore, when they came back on stream, they needed to be filled back up. But also the price of carbon, carbon being a commodity that is a means of forcing people to reduce emissions, and there were less carbon credits available out in Europe as the measures tightened. And so that meant that the production of electricity from gas and the use of gas was being more penalised, and therefore the costs were started to creep up. Come September, October time, Asia started buying quite a lot of gas. Some of these storage facilities started to come on stream. There seemed to be a difficulty in getting gas to come to Europe rather than going elsewhere in the world, and that caused quite a lot of the price rises that you're seeing in that graph from sort of September, October, November onwards. Plus the issues that we had, an interconnector went down, so a cable between us and Europe that used to bring electricity to us so didn't work properly and tripped out, and that reduced the amount of electricity we could get from other sources. And also there was a general lack of availability of wind, coming out of the solar PV generation phase of the summer, and wind forms quite a considerable part of our electricity generation, and when the wind doesn't blow, we've got to get our energy from other sources, and those other sources are the consumption of gas in gas combined turbines. And so all of that conspired to produce these very high energy prices that you're seeing in this graph. And just to put that into context, the prices that you're seeing, or we saw at the back end of the year, are up to 5 times the prices that we might normally expect at this time of year. So here we have a graph of different years, 2018, 2019, 2020, and in blue, last year's prices. And this is the electricity price that you could achieve on the wholesale market, on a sort of a day ahead type wholesale market. And so as you can see, sort of early early in the year, prices are slightly higher than you might have expected in previous years, but nothing to be concerned about. The increasing prices can be seen sort of May onwards, and then the very high departure from, or the very big departure from normal prices that we've been used to towards the back end of the year. So prices for electricity getting to considerable differences from history. That was also good news and bad news for some people. If you're an importer of electricity consuming that, then you've got lights, then it's going to be very bad news. If you're a generator and you are selling electricity on the export market, despite the increases in gas cost, the margin between the gas price and the electricity price was such that you could still make some pretty good money in the world of combined heat and power. And if you had an AD plant producing electricity or some other electricity generation scheme, then it was actually relatively good news for you. Long-term trends are interesting. It's also interesting to look at what happens on a daily basis. And here we have electricity price fluctuations over a 24-hour period and gas cost fluctuations over a 24-hour period. So electricity prices are traded on a half-hour or an hourly basis. Gas prices tend to be traded on a daily basis, and at some point in time, the gas price rises at that turn of the day. So electricity on two types of market, in the blue and the orange, what we call imbalance, which is the spot price, and in the orange, the day ahead electricity price. And as you can see, there are different times of the day when electricity is very valuable and when it's not so valuable. And so it moves up and down. So an average price sort of belies some of these trends that you see. I think the interesting thing to look at is the black line. On that 12th to 13th of October, you see the gas price rising quite considerably in terms of its pounds per megawatt hour or pence per therm at that turn of the day. So very different ways of buying electricity and gas. And for those larger consumers of you who are exposed to this market, you'll have been quite used to these sorts of trends. But for those of the rest of you who buy maybe on the longer term market, it's interesting to understand what happens in a daily basis, and these very high price rises that you see have got to be paid for somehow, and they tend to get paid for in the increase in general long-term contract prices for energy that you might purchase. So what is going on? Why is all of this happening? And here, a bit of a word jumble, as they call them. Just the various things that might come into play to affect the energy price, so both the gas and the electricity price. And uncertainty plays a big part in this. What is going to happen? Do we need to hedge? Do we need to buy our gas now or to sell our electricity now, just because the price might be considerably different in the next half hour, day, month, week? And so, people want some form of price certainty, but they also want to second guess the market. And of course, it's very difficult to second guess the market, especially when you're exposed to some of these worldwide pressures. Costs of carbon, that's relatively predictable, but wind isn't. Solar generation is relatively predictable, but failures on the interconnector aren't. And so when you get these events, they cause even more uncertainty and people to be even more jumpy about what's happening, and that tends to increase prices. And as we go through the next few years, as we try to decarbonise our systems, both in the UK and worldwide, and we try to avail ourselves of more renewable electricity, that more uncertain generation, as carbon prices come in, generally it trends towards increasing costs are going to happen. And so we shouldn't expect this to just be a blip. We might expect this the higher trends towards increasing in prices to continue for a much longer period of time. I call this the roller coaster, this session, and roller coasters go up and then they come back down. And here is the example of that. So this is the electricity price graph, and in a minute you'll see the gas price graph. But as you can see, towards the very end of 2021 and into the beginning of 2022, there has been a calming of the markets. And some of those prices that we saw that people got very concerned about in those spot markets and those day ahead prices have actually come back down to levels that are more palatable. They're clearly not at the same sorts of levels that you might have seen, 12 or 18 months or so ago, but they are more palatable, especially considered against the costs that we saw at the end of 2021. So here on this graph, you're seeing prices that you might be able to fix a contract for winter electricity or summer electricity in the blue and the green respectively, and the prices that you're currently seeing for this winter in the yellow, if you haven't fixed any electricity costs as it stands at the moment. Funnily enough, when you look at gas, you see exactly the same sorts of trends. And yeah, electricity follows gas, gas follows electricity. Gas precedes electricity from that point of view, because gas is the prime generation system that we have, especially in the winter. Yeah, more than 50% of our electricity at most points in time is being generated from gas turbines. And so electricity prices are very exposed to what's happening in the gas market. So yeah, it looks like we're heading towards some form of reprieve in terms of prices, and then suddenly we get more world events. And this is what's happened over the last week or two. The amassing of troops on the Ukrainian border by Russia. And then this was January the 17th article on the left-hand side. And then we start to worry about what's going to happen to gas prices. If there is a war between Russia and the Ukraine, what's the impact of sanctions? What's the impact of the availability of gas from one of our biggest gas-producing areas of the world? And so that will send more uncertainty into the market and generally trending towards higher prices. And then on the right-hand side, we then get imposed sanctions. The pipeline that's about to be commissioned, it's got a bit of a few delays on it at the moment for regulatory purposes, but that pipeline could have eased the gas supply situation into Europe. And from that point of view, it's applying sanctions to that and reducing the availability of gas is clearly going to spike prices yet further still. So whilst we start to think we're calming down, we're coming out of winter, we're heading towards some more milder periods maybe over the next month, 6 weeks or so, the impact of world events may just cause a problem to that as well. So that's all doom and gloom, isn't it? What that really means is that we need to pay attention to the energy consumptions that we have and do something about them. And then we stick against that net zero commitments. And this is a slide that I put up at last year's conference, and it's still relevant today. We still have these net zero commitments despite the energy costs and the energy cost crisis. We are still trying to decarbonise our economy, and as we should. And so how do we sort of balance the decarbonising of that against the increasing costs and the trying to stay together as a business, despite the costs of energy having gone up by 5 times over the last 12 months? And so, we'll just talk about that for 5 minutes or so. Clearly, energy is a big contributor to your horticultural emissions, taking costs completely out of the equation. In edibles, it's considerably more than it is in ornamentals, but high temperature ornamentals still has a very large exposure to energy. In keeping glasshouses warm, heating fuels dominate. And they dominate slightly less in ornamentals. There's electricity for fans and for packing and production and moving things around is quite important as well. But heating fuels still dominate in glasshouse production in the UK. And I would assert that the old adage of energy efficiency first is still incredibly important. The most effective way to reduce your emissions and to reduce your costs is to find some ways of reducing your consumption. And we need to start to think intentively about that to reduce our exposure both to prices and to help our carbon credentials as well. Reducing our energy costs and our consumption is really important. We mentioned GrowSave right at the beginning. Yeah, there is a wealth of information. I could spend several hours talking about all the different types of technical updates and the different fact sheets and the various bits of energy saving advice that we have produced over the last 12 or 13 years or so as GrowSave has been alive. But I would encourage you all to go and have a look at some of those fact sheets and refresh your mind as to what you might be able to do in your nursery around about your particular site in reducing energy consumption. And so I've just put a selection of them on the screen here. Understanding how your costs are made up is clearly an important part of working out where you might reduce those costs, reduce your fixed prices, as well, your fixed costs as well as your consumption costs. How to measure and monitor your energy will help you identify the big risk areas for your energy consumption. And then to the left, what might you do about it? What are the energy management tips for helping to reduce your consumption? What might you be able to do? What might you be able to use screens for? What you might be able to do to grow at different temperatures, reduce the amount of standing losses in boilers or various other bits of equipment, insulation, all those things, those good energy management practices will really come to the fore, and there's a wealth of information available. The GrowSave Energy Management and Protected Cropping booklet, that brings together quite a lot of these themes into one single booklet, and there are printed copies of that available via AHDB if you want to be sort of reading that in a booklet form rather than reading stuff on a screen. Part of the GrowSave programme for the last couple of years has been to talk about and to try and identify what the options might be for alternate heating sources, bearing in mind that we're not going to get away from heating our glass houses. What might we be able to do differently? What other heating systems might we be able to employ? Clearly, at the top picture there, biomass boilers. Your industry in particular has been quite taken up biomass boilers in quite some scale. And they're still an option, and they're still a sensible option. And even without the renewable heat incentive, then the costs of biomass are different to the costs of gas, and you might start to get a return on that even without the incentive being available. If you want renewable heat incentive, then the chances are you've missed the boat in terms of getting a new accreditation in, as that scheme is generally closed to most people. However, there is a marketplace out there for second-hand equipment, for boilers that have been accredited that aren't being properly utilised where they are, and people wanting to sell them on, make a bit of a return on their investment, but potentially give you an option to find yourself using biomass heating. So there's still life in biomass. It's not one of government's favourite options, I have to say, and so there's unlikely to be wide-scale incentivisation by government to take up biomass heating at any scale in years to come. So the next picture down, heat pumps. Heat pumps are sort of a cornerstone of government policy in terms of the various ways of decarbonising the heating system throughout the UK. Their applicability to horticulture is dependent on the type of structure that you have, the way that you grow, the availability of a heat source, etc., etc. So they're not quite as easy to integrate as just a replacement biomass boiler might, but there are options nonetheless. AD plant producing biomethane, you're unlikely to be right next to an AD plant, but if you are, hey, why not use some of their heat? Why not use some of their gas and use green nat gas and so on? At the bottom corner, what about industrial waste heat sources? We're part of a project that is looking at how you might use waste heat in protected horticulture. As I say, decarbonising heat is really important to the government. I think it's really important in horticulture too. This picture again, I think, is something that I've shown before. Using heat pumps and waste heat sources, boosting that waste heat to something that might be used within a glasshouse structure. And these are where you need to start thinking laterally about where you get heat from. Third-party waste heat, low-temperature heat recovery from your own systems, and maybe are there ways of storing that energy for both the short term and the long term to make better use of it, rather than having to rely on gas boilers or oil boilers or various other forms of fossil fuel heating to get you over peaks and troughs in demand as the day or as the weeks go by. Bioenergy, we've just talked about that. Some people think it's a transition only. And the one thing that we must be conscious of is that environmental permitting, medium combustion plant directive, means that some of the boilers that you've got 5 megawatts and above that aren't currently permitted are going to need to get permitted over the next 12 to 18 months in readiness for January 24. And that will make more stringent requirements as to the emissions that are coming out of there. So to keep our air quality as clean as it can be. Just to put some numbers around that, or to put some trends around that, do they really make a difference? And people talk about the sustainability of biomass. They talk about whether it is actually better or worse for the environment than the fuel sources it is replacing. Don't worry, don't get too hung up about the numbers here in terms of the tons of CO2, but look more at the trends. Currently today, a biomass boiler and running mains electricity to fans and lights and smaller sort of other forms of lighting will give you far better or far fewer carbon emissions than old gas boilers or even CHP or even a heat pump as it stands at today's carbon emissions. So they are a here and now technology that 90% reduction in your carbon emissions can be achieved by moving to a more sustainable fuel source. Not for everybody, I admit, but from that point of view, they do make an impact. As I say, the government's trajectory isn't towards bioenergy, it is towards heat pumps. And the government are quite clear, and this document here is a consultation that was launched back end of last year, which had a closing date 2 or 3 weeks or so ago. And it's quite clear what their policy intent is in reading this document. When they're trying to get rid of fossil fuel heating, they're trying to push people towards electrified sources and use of bioenergy or alternate sources as a matter of last resort. Clearly we feed back into those consultations. We don't want the government policy to ignore our wishes and our demands and our industry. So the NFU and NFU Energy put a joint response to this consultation. The themes being the suitability must be properly assessed. Rural electricity networks are going to need some additional support if we're going to electrify rural heating. And you don't just use rural businesses as guinea pigs just because you think they're out of the way and easy and off the gas network. We're serious business people that have serious demands for energy to produce the produce that we do. And so we shouldn't just be at the beginnings of this without proper consideration of the impact of these policies on our businesses and on our ways of doing things. As I mentioned, NFU Energy are involved in a project that's looking for synergies between waste heat from industrial sources and protected horticulture, particularly in this case protected edibles, but of course the learning outcomes from this in protected edibles feeds into ornamental sector as well. So we'll be feeding those outcomes through the Growth Aid project, through our general awareness is through NFU Energy blogs and podcasts and various other marketing materials as well, looking to how we might just boost those energy sources or make better use of those energy sources that you might not even know that are there. Sewage treatment works, factories, AD plant, all these places that might have heat that could be used to keep your glasshouse warm and to avoid the use of your gas boilers and your oil boilers. So keep an eye on that project. That project lasts up until January 2023 in terms of the fact finding and so on, and then we'll be publishing documents and running events throughout this coming year that you're all, of course, welcome to attend. In terms of electricity, we talked a bit about heat. Electricity has generally decarbonised itself, and again, a graph that you may have seen before. But currently, the grid emissions factor for electricity is around about 200 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, from the heady heights of when I started in the industry of around 400. Most of that is because of the reduction in burning coal, but also because of our programme of installing renewable energy. Especially offshore wind, which some days makes a really, really big impact and other days makes no impact at all. And so from that point of view, the average grid emissions factor is reducing and dramatically reducing. In terms of making electricity carbon savings, then you might not necessarily need to do anything, just wait for the grid to decarbonise itself. By 2050, they're expecting it to be pretty much a negligible, almost carbon neutral in terms of the grid carbon emissions factor. The impact of that, bringing back to that graph I showed you before, where biomass won out in terms of its carbon emissions. In the long term, the heat pump wins out because it's reliant on grid electricity, and as grid electricity carbon emissions fall to near zero, then of course it becomes the least carbon intensive way of producing heat in that glasshouse model that I've got here. Interestingly, things like CHP start to tip the balance and be more polluting than the sources that we've currently got, because they're still reliant on gas to feed them, whereas the electricity in the grid is relying on renewable energy to keep its carbon emissions low. The other thing that's changing is I've called it the solar PV age, but you might call it the renewable electricity generation age. It is changing. Solar PV has been very reliant upon being able to use the electricity yourself to make best return on investment, and that still is true where you're avoiding very high electricity costs. But the costs of solar PV have come down dramatically over the last 10 years or so, to the point at which the return on investment is getting to single digit paybacks, which are very commonplace, and even down to 4 or 5 years in some instances, well within sort of normal commercial practice paybacks. So from that point of view, it's changed dramatically. And of course, on the right-hand side there, the addition of battery storage, the ability to buffer some of those peaks and troughs in production, means that we can make better use of the solar PV electricity that we're creating, and maybe reduce some of these very high spot prices in the electricity market, because we've got that buffering there. Currently, I'm not sure that any of you would buy a battery. I'm not sure that I could advise generally any of you to buy a battery at this point in time, but it is well worth keeping an eye on what the costs of batteries are per kilowatt hour, as the electric vehicle marketplace invests more and more money into research into batteries, and batteries become ever more energy dense, and the costs come down. That balance will change quite markedly over the next few years. Of that, I'm sure.
John, can we bring it to
in the
close
context
in a couple of minutes,
of
please?
net zero, of course, there's a lot of talk about carbon capture. And carbon capture is predominantly done at source, at point sources. Can we reduce the carbon from it being emitted from combustions of fuels? From there, there's a picture of a power station, actually Drax Power Station, running its flue gases through some form of carbon capture system. And those of you with combined heat and power, or who are familiar with nurseries, will know about Codinox systems. They're carbon scrubbers, CO2 scrubbers. Clearly, you're putting that CO2 into the glasshouse to enrich the environment, but that scrubbing technology exists, and the improvements in its capabilities and its efficiencies is being supported through research and innovation funding as it stands at the moment. And on the bottom right, there's a lot of talk about getting carbon from fresh air, and finding ways of reducing background emissions by soaking up the carbon in some form or another. Quite how the carbon balance, the electricity consumed to strip that carbon out of the air, compares to doing it from other ways, I would hesitate to say that it's a particularly good equation as it stands. However, those are technologies to watch, and more of those will come to the fore as people find or increasing ways to reduce the carbon emissions generally. And of course, money is being fed into that. So something launched at the beginning of this year, the Catalyst program. Yeah, it's 4 critical technologies for decarbonisation. They believe direct air capture number 1, green hydrogen. Yeah, we can all debate that for much longer than the time we've got available. Interesting, long duration energy storage. How do we make sure that we keep that energy so that when it's produced, we don't actually have to use it there and then or throw it away? And sustainable aviation fuel. So really 2 technologies there that directly affect our industry. Direct air capture, long duration energy storage are being funded. How do we get better at that? What technologies are available? How do we deploy what we've got in more efficient ways? Moving slightly on, climate change levy. This is well worth highlighting in this session. The climate change levy scheme, so that is getting yourself a discount on your energy bills in return for signing up to energy efficiency targets. That scheme is being consulted upon as it stands at the moment. The proposals are to keep that going for at least another 10 years. And if you've got any particular views about how that scheme might be structured, either feed them back to us or go direct to that consultation to feed your opinions directly into government. Clearly, we think it's a good thing. We think it's sensible to have a scheme that rewards people for doing energy efficiencies and helping to reduce the impact on costs as well as the impact on carbon emissions. The existing scheme is not without its flaws, and ideally we use this consultation to highlight what those flaws might be and to tackle some of them and to get a scheme that better fits for our industry. Some more sort of urgent news in terms of climate change levy. If you're not currently in a climate change levy agreement and you think that you might want to be, then there is a window of opportunity to get into that, and that window of opportunity is open until March 2022. Sort of 2 months or so to go on that, and navigate to our website NFU Energy and look at our news pages. You'll find all the information you need to contact our team and to see whether it's worth your while being in the scheme and to go through the process if you think that is worthwhile for you. And then finally on climate change levy, the interim reporting window is open. And you should be able to go to put your data in, and I would encourage everybody to put their data in if they're an existing CCA, because it gives you information about how efficient you have been and potentially whether you're going to hit or miss your targets in a year's time. So drawing us to a close then, what are our actions right now? I guess my main theme is concentrate on energy efficiency. That's a really important key message to reduce the impact on your businesses of energy costs and to help you towards your net zero ambitions. Energy efficiency starts to become a really key part of that. Considering the alternative energy sources that are around and about you, can you avail yourself of a heat pump or a biomass boiler or some other form of waste heat that's available? Do more with what you've already got. As part of being efficient, really, isn't it? What can you do to spread that heat around a bit further? Do you need additional heat storage? Do you need other ways of moving that heat around? Can you use lower temperature heat in places that you've not considered using lower temperature heat before? If net zero is really important to you, then there are offset actions that you can take. I wouldn't necessarily directly encourage people to take them unless essential. There are problems with offset schemes that it sort of masks the issues of carbon emissions, and so from whilst they're available, you can just consider them if you've got a need to be carbon neutral in any particular sense, and get yourself prepared for the future. I think that's an important message that I'm saying here. High energy prices give us a rationale to do things that we might not otherwise have done over the last 5 years, because the impacts of those measures become economic. And of course, go to the AHDB web pages to look at agro-safe materials. And open up to questions. So thank you very much for listening to my talk today. And any questions, please feel free to feed them through. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That was so good. I thought it was live, but anyway, we've got one question, and then we better have a break. What is the future of the RHI in the medium and long term? And I think probably mean the commercial RHI. So, any ideas?
There isn't a future for the RHI as it stands. It's closed to new entrants, and it's just mopping up the last people within it as it stands at the moment. So, yeah, the future for the RHI is non-existent.
Right. Any more questions? We better have a break, otherwise I'm going to get told off by Coral. So, just leaves me to thank John for that presentation.
No problem.
I did think it was live, as I was trying to say, can you bring it to a conclusion? So my experience with heat pumps, we've got a ground source heat pump. It does chew up a lot of electricity in my experience. So anyone who's thinking of heat pumps, just look at the electricity consumption before you go and commit to them. And one thing I did notice that we got some solar panels on sheds, and January was quite a good month for solar panel generation in the winter. I think it was it the most sunniest or one of those sunniest Januaries for some considerable time. So all is not doom and gloom. But anyway, John, I really enjoyed that presentation. Lots of food for thought. It is one of my pet subjects, renewable energy. So thank you very much. And thank you very much on behalf of the group.
Thank you.
If we can now break for 10 minutes. So if we come back at, what are we now? Where's 10 minutes? Should we say 25 past 11? And then we'll let Chris, who's a professional chairman, catch up this later on this morning. So thank you very much. You've got 10 minutes just over for a break.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm particularly pleased to be able to chair this next session with three particularly hot topics, I think, particularly with the recent news as of yesterday. So I'm sure that although Judith's presentation is going to be recorded, she'll be able to answer some questions that might be able to enlighten us. So first of all, we'll start with Judith Stewart. Judith has been a peat policy specialist for DEFRA for over 20 years, and she's worked very closely with the industry over those periods. And I know that I've obviously met her a few times at various points. And obviously, this topic has developed dramatically over the recent period in the last year or so. So I'm sure what she's going to say is going to be particularly interesting. And she's going to cover peat policy in England for us now. And then we will then follow on with Bart van der Kastelen, who will explain to us a little bit about the microbial changes when we start changing the materials we use in our growing media, which is particularly interesting now we're moving away from, as we move away from peat. And then finally, we will finish with Derek, and last but not least, and very exciting news on what's happening on the plant health front. So if we could start with Judith's presentation, please.
Today I'm going to give you an update on peat policy in England, with a particular focus on our policy on the horticultural use of peat. I'll start by giving you a policy context, then I'll move on to bust a few myths that seem to be doing the rounds, and then I'll talk about the current consultation. In the 1990s, biodiversity was the main driver of peat policy, including on peat use in horticulture. This started to shift in around 2005 when the policy moved to the soils team. While biodiversity remains one of our policy objectives, peat policy is now much more focused on climate mitigation and adaptation. This is hardly surprising, as peatlands are our largest terrestrial carbon stores. In 2019, the UK committed to achieving net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. And this was set in law in the amended Climate Change Act. The net in the net zero commitment recognises there will still be some emissions in 2050, but that these will need to be fully offset. And this will be predominantly through natural carbon sinks such as forests. All sectors need to reduce their emissions to make achieving and offsetting residual emissions achievable. Whilst peat extraction in England accounts for less than 0.1% of UK emissions, under net zero, peat extraction is fully in scope as an emissions source to be brought down to zero, as identified in the Climate Change Committee's recommendations. But we're not just targeting this one small source of peat emissions. We are taking action on all of the sources, just as other sector teams are looking at all of their sources of emissions, no matter how small. Size of emissions is not the priority, but the scale of the barriers to overcome to reduce the emissions is. With easier, not easy, areas being tackled first. The low-hanging fruit, i.e. the easy emission reductions, have already been made, and we are now all in the more challenging territory. We've committed in the Net Zero strategy published last year to 280,000 hectares of peat restoration by 2050. And this builds on the top of the commitments made in the England Peat Action Plan published earlier in the year. I know the media coverage when we published the England Peat Action Plan last May was dominated by our commitment to consult on banning the sale of peat, but our plan covered so much more. 88% of emissions from peatland in England comes from our lowland agricultural peatlands, equivalent to around 3% of UK emissions. Therefore, they're going to be a big part of our policy focus going forward. We established the Lowland Agricultural Peat Task Force at the beginning of last year, and we're looking forward to their final report this summer, providing us with recommendations for more sustainable management of the agricultural peatlands that are not part of the 280,000 hectare restoration target. We committed to fund 35,000 hectares of peat restoration by 2025 through the Nature for Climate Fund, and the first grants of this scheme were awarded last year. Beyond 2024, the various environmental land management schemes will be the main vehicle for government funding for peat restoration, and we will fund a significant proportion of our 280,000 hectare restoration target. We have introduced legislation to bring an end to the managed burning on deep peat within protected sites, unless covered by a licence issued by the Secretary of State. We're also funding training to reduce the risk of wildfire and ensure that any licensed burning is done in a safe and controlled way. Back to the horticultural peat. For a long time, it's felt like we were lone policy voices against the chorus promoting the continued use of peat in horticulture. But things are changing. We are no longer acting alone in England. We are just continuing to act first. I'll come to the details of our current consultation a bit later in my presentation, but we are now working closely with our colleagues in Wales to develop joint policy. And the Scottish Government is committed to taking forward work to develop and consult on a ban on the sale of peat-related gardening products. But attitudes are shifting across Europe, as the importance of peat as a carbon store and the role of peat restoration in achieving net zero has been recognised. The federal government in Germany published a national peatland protection strategy in 2021, and included within it are a range of actions and targets to end peat use in horticulture within a decade. A number of myths continue to be featured in various media, and I wanted to tackle a few of them here. Firstly, that peat use is sustainable, as more peat forms globally each year than is used in horticulture. Unfortunately, annual global greenhouse gas emissions from peat exceed the carbon sequestered by peat in good condition. Therefore, whilst any one use of peat might be offset by the growth of peat, all uses of peat are definitely not. Secondly, using peat to grow plants sequesters more carbon than is lost by its use. Plants don't sequester carbon. The carbon the plants take up are returned to the atmosphere in the same year. Those of you growing shrubs and trees do a little better, but these small amounts of carbon sequestered by an individual plant or crop of them do not justify the use of peat, especially as the carbon benefits are even greater if the plant can be grown without peat. And finally, peat use is sustainable as sphagnum moss is fast growing and will quickly replace the peat extracted. Only sphagnum was a fast-growing moss under natural conditions, many of my policy problems would be solved, but under natural conditions, it is just not the case. Surprisingly, though, given the natural habitat of sphagnum is low in nutrients, it turns out that when you add fertilizer in a farming situation, they can actually put on lots of biomass quite quickly. This can be harvested, dried and chopped, and successfully used as a growing media. And the Lowland Agricultural Peat Task Force is developing a roadmap for the delivery of wild-scale adoption of paludiculture, and farm sphagnum has been identified as one of the leading opportunities. I'll go on to talk about our current consultation. As mentioned earlier, we are working with officials in Wales, and this consultation is being carried out jointly. The consultation runs to the 18th of March, and our assessment of the responses and the evidence we receive will inform our next steps. The consultation focuses mainly on ending the retail sale of peat and peat-containing products in England and Wales by the end of this Parliament. And under the Fixed Term Parliament Act, the end of this Parliament would be 2024. We are also seeking evidence on ending the sale of peat and peat-containing products in the professional sector by 2028. And to be clear, in doing so, we want to see a thriving horticultural sector in England and Wales, where growing media manufacturers and growers can compete within a level playing field, whether the products are produced domestically or imported. You might be wondering what we mean by peat-containing products. Peat is now rarely sold neat. A peat-containing product could be a growing media, or potted plant, or other products in other industries. We are asking in the consultation about other products and industries that will be affected by the sales ban, and I'll say a bit more about potted plants shortly. I'll briefly touch on the retail sector, as this is the main part of the consultation, but with a particular focus on the aspects that may be more relevant to most of you here today. Well, we are consulting on a range of options: a sales ban, mandatory reporting, and a point of sales charge. We've made it clear that a sales ban is our preferred option. Any ban will apply to domestic and imported peat alike. Under this measure, it is not our intention to end the sale of retail sale of peat-containing products such as ornamental plants. However, we are asking a question about the maximum quantity of peat in potted plants and shrubs that should be exempt from a retail sales ban. We want to avoid the potential for sales of large pots of peat-containing growing media with only a small plant being used as a means of circumventing the measure. Any measure will require primary legislation, and this means that implementation will depend on getting parliamentary time. We're taking a slightly different approach for the professional sector. We're calling for evidence on the impacts of ending the use of peat and peat-containing products. We are looking at ending the use of peat in horticulture across all sectors by 2028, And this brings forward the previous voluntary target by 2 years from 2030. We are seeking responses from a wide range of the industry, and I would encourage you to submit a response and not just to rely on coordinated industry responses to make your case. We will use the responses from this call for evidence to inform the development of policy recommendations to ministers on ending the use of peat in horticulture in the professional sector. We are particularly interested in hearing your views on technical barriers to replacing peat in growing media for your sector, availability and cost of peat alternatives, the impact of imports of products from where peat use is permitted, and when, in your view, would it be feasible to ban the sale of peat and peat-containing products for the professional sector? We strongly encourage everyone to submit their views and to provide evidence and data to support their views. You can upload the evidence to the citizens-based survey or email it to our consultation mailbox. I would also encourage you to read page 11 of the consultation document on how we will treat the information you share with us under the Environmental Information Regulations 2004, the Freedom of Information Act 2000, and the Data Protection Act 2018. We are working with key stakeholders as part of an open process of engagement to support this call for evidence. If you would like to have more detailed discussions with us, please contact us at the consultation mailbox. Find the consultation document and survey at the following address or by searching for Deaf Repeat Consultation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Judith. I think that was very interesting. A couple of questions. First of all, one from me, and is did George Eustace's statement yesterday, was that in line with the consultation process?
No, I mean, ministers have a very wide portfolio, and if you've watched the whole of the event he attended, you will know that he had to leave to vote in the Houses of Parliament at the beginning of the Q&A session, and had to react rapidly to a question when he first came back. What was missing from his statement was the context. We are consulting, we have not made a decision, but we have been very clear in the consultation that our preferred option is a sales ban.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And a question from an anonymous attendee. What contribution do you expect banning the use of peat in commercial horticulture to make to the UK net zero target?
Look, as I said in my presentation, emissions from peat extraction in the UK contribute to less than 0.1% of UK greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, obviously, it's a small proportion of UK emissions. But you also need to remember that 2/3 of the peat that we use in the UK is imported. So we're offshoring our emissions. And whilst I accept that it feels like the sector's being picked on for such a small emission source, as I said in my presentation, under net zero, unfortunately, we are looking at every single source, no matter how small. And the priority is not the size of the emission, but the difficulty is of tackling it. And whilst your sector may feel that the challenges facing you are very hard to reduce this small amount of emissions, this is what's being felt across the whole of the economy, where we need to decarbonize. And as I said, we're out of the easy options. We've done a lot of the reductions we've done to date is from decarbonizing our energy sector. That's almost done now. We're now turning our attention to every other sector, looking for every small gain we can get.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't think we have any other questions. So thank you very much, Judith. That's great as usual. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, now I'd like to introduce Dr. Bart van der Kastelen, who is going to talk to us live. He's an expert on compost quality and the use of alternative materials, which is interesting because we think in the UK that we're the only people thinking about peat reduction and not just using peat, but that's far from the truth, as I'm sure Bart will be able to explain to us. So he's an expert on alternative materials, compost quality, use of alternative materials, but particularly he's going to talk to us about the microbial biomass and activity in some of those materials and how that might differ from growing media that we've been using in the past. So without further ado, let me hand you over to Bart.
Okay, thank you for the nice introduction. I hope you hear me clear and loud.
Yes, we can. Good.
Yeah, perfect. So now the focus will be on the microbial biomass and microbial activity in new growing media. And actually, I will tell you the story of the 3 little pigs. So you know that one of the 3 little pigs, it had a stone house and it was very strong, but of course it didn't contain any organic matter and also no microbial biomass, of course. On the other hand, we had one of the pigs with a straw-like house. It was full of organic matter, but also full of microbial biomass. And now the question is, which house is the best for your plant roots? So you can look at growing media as the media that should allow your plants to have good roots, to grow very good. So that's like technological intensification that we want. We want good materials for plant roots. However, we can also look at these materials from another side. We can check if they have a role as a source of nutrients for your plants, if they harbor rich biodiversity, if you can inoculate them with biocontrol organisms or other beneficial organisms, and if they can help your plants to have a higher disease suppression. So that's more like an ecological intensification. And if you want to have this ecological intensification, we should count on new materials and growing media blends. But before I start my presentation, I would like to make one appointment with you. When I talk about compost, it's the product of composting. When I talk about a growing medium, I will talk about a blend. So different materials will pass in these presentations, and I will talk about the microbiome, the microbial characteristics of these materials. And so I will talk about microbial biomass. So it's in terms of the amount of microbiology you have in a certain material. I will also talk about microbial activity. It can be related to nitrogen release or nitrogen immobilization, or it can be related to carbon mineralization. We will talk about microbial diversity. So it's the number of species that are living in the material. And we will talk about microbial functions. So what we can expect that these microbes will do for us in the growing medium. So we have some expectations about this microbiome. On the one hand, we expect that this material is quite stable, so we have a low microbial decomposition activity. On the other hand, we might expect a high microbial biomass because we think it's beneficial. We expect for sure a high microbial diversity. On the other hand, we want a low risk for pathogens and diseases. We also want that nutrients are not immobilized or retained by the materials, while on the other hand, we hope that these materials allow for optimal nutrient release and availability. And we, of course, also hope on optimal microbial functions. For instance, nitrification, that it works quite well. Nitrification, it is the conversion of ammonium nitrogen to nitrate nitrogen. So the mineral form of nitrogen, which is best available for plant roots. But if you combine all of this, it might seem a little bit of a contradiction because it might give some tension or some problems. But before I go into detail about that, we first focus on stability. And stability we can measure as CO2 emission. So it means the carbon is mineralized into CO2. Or you can measure the oxygen consumption because when you produce CO2, microbes have to take up oxygen, of course. So one very simple technique that we have applied in our lab is just to measure CO2 emission in these rings that are filled with 2 liters of material or a blend, and we can assess their stability in a quite straightforward way. But to allow to have a good microbial activity, we add some mineral fertilizers to these blends to avoid any nitrogen limitation. So it's very simple. If you have an unstable material, you have a very high CO2 release. When you have a stable material, you measure a low CO2 release. On the other hand, we can also measure simultaneously the oxygen uptake rate. It's in another setup in the lab. And also here, of course, when you have a high oxygen consumption, it indicates a low stability of your material. So let's first talk about compost and plant fibers. So compost, you all know it, and it can have different functions as explained before, both in terms of nutrients, but also in terms of biodiversity and disease suppression. The only thing you have to keep in mind, of course, is that compost is already quite full of microbiology. So if you want to inoculate it with other beneficial organisms, they might suffer from competition from the microbiology, which is already present in the compost. On the other hand, we have plant fibers, and it's quite different from compost. And this material is very interesting to be inoculated with biocontrol organisms. So that's quite promising. And when we talk about plant fibers, it's a quite broad range of materials that it can be. It can go from wood or wood fibers and to flax chives or miscanthus straw, or even plant residues from wetland areas like reed or soft rush or other plant fibers. And for these plant fibers, it's sometimes you can measure the pH values, which are too high actually to be used directly in a growing medium blend. But there is a very simple trick to adjust the pH, and it's by adding elemental sulfur. And you just have to add a very small amount to be very effective. For instance, here you'll see some straw of soft rush that we have chopped, and we have done a small experiment where we have added like 1 gram sulfur per liter of material, which is really a very low amount. And this low amount allowed us actually to reduce significantly the pH from values around 8 to values below 5 in only 2 or 3 weeks. So it's quite fast. We also saw that the stability of the material was increasing due to this acidification, as you can see for the oxygen uptake rates. The only negative point was, of course, due to the sulfur mineralization into sulfates, you get a clear increase in the electrical conductivity, but we think that it's still in balance with the obtained pH decrease. So very simple measures like acidification of plant fibers can help in using optimizing these materials to be used in growing media. So what about the microbial properties of different materials? Well, here you will see results of different batches of materials. So we have compared peat with batches of wood fiber, with batches of bark compost, different types of green compost, and also some plant fibers. And first look maybe at the chemical properties. And it's quite clear that most of these materials are really very rich in organic matter, except the green composts, which suffer from a higher ash content, which is of course also related to their higher nutrient content. When we look at the C over N ratio, we see that the green composts really have the lowest values, while for instance, wood fiber and plant fiber, they have very high CN ratios, even higher than for peat. And then we have the pH values. As you can see, also here compost has quite high pH values compared to the other materials. Then we switch to the microbial properties. One property that we don't really like is, of course, that materials are immobilizing nitrogen that we supply to the plants. And you see that mainly plant fibers, they suffer from this nitrogen immobilization risk. So that's something to keep into account. When we look at the total microbial biomass on these materials, it's quite clear that both the bark compost, the green compost, and the plant fibers, they are very rich in microbial biomass compared to peat and wood fiber. So that's promising maybe. But then when we look to the stability of these materials, we also see that these three materials, so the bark compost, the green compost, and the plant fibers, they have a higher CO2 release. There is only a strange result for the plant fibers where we see a low oxygen uptake rate. But we are still working on this comparison with CO2 release because we think there is something wrong in the procedure that we use now. But as a conclusion, we can say that new materials, they contain more microbiology in terms of biomass and activity. And now it's up to us to figure out whether it is positive or negative for your growing media blends. So there is also a new material in town. It's biochar. Biochar, it's very stable carbon that is produced at very high temperatures and the absence of oxygen. So you actually convert like wood-like materials into a charcoal material. And when we compare it with mineral materials, like mineral wool or perlite, or with the other organic growing media materials that we have highlighted before, we can say that, of course, that mineral materials, they do not contain any carbon, and as such, also no microbial activity. And also they have a very low microbial biomass. For biochar, it's stuck with carbon, it's very rich in carbon, but it also has a very low microbial activity because it's a very stable carbon, and it also harbors a very low microbial biomass. This is in contrast with the other materials, which are also rich in carbon, but they have a high microbial activity and also a high microbial biomass. So this is a simple comparison between compost and biochar, and in terms of their role in the growing medium, it seems that they are quite similar, because also biochar can be a source of nutrients. Biochar can be inoculated with biocontrol organisms, although it contains a low microbial biomass as such. You can inoculate it. It can also help in increasing the disease suppression of your system. But something that we really need to keep in mind for all these materials is that they contain two kinds of carbon. They contain the black carbon, we call it the organic carbon, and that's okay. But they also contain some white carbon. It's the inorganic carbon. It's what we normally call the calcium carbonates. And it works like a lime, actually. It increases the pH. And if you have a low content of this inorganic carbon in the compost or in the biochar, it's not a problem, because you use it. You can use it as a lime replacement in your blend. However, when you have very high inorganic carbon contents, it can really increase your pH beyond the optimal range, and you can get problems with, for instance, the nutrient availability for your crops. And then we move on to chitin. Chitin, it's another product you can use in growing media. Chitin, it's everywhere, actually. You can have it in shellfish waste, like here in this little shrimp. But it's also available in a lot of other organisms. Also in fungi, it's available. And based on a chemical extraction, you can make like these flakes that you can also blend in growing media. Please keep in mind that when you use chitin, you should really reduce the dose, because you can only use it as an amendment in very small amounts. On one hand, because it contains a lot of mineral, or it can release a lot of mineral nitrogen, so it's like an organic fertilizer. But on the other hand, it also gives a boost to the microbial biomass in the growing medium. And it can also have an effect on disease resistance, but if you use it in too high amounts, it can also result in hydrophobicity of your blend. So this brings us to the topic of fertilizers and fertigation. As you know, of course, that when you use chemical fertilizers or you use fertigation, you have a directly available source of mineral nitrogen in your cropping system. When you switch to organic fertilizers, you know that there is a lot of nitrogen available in the organic fertilizer, but it first needs to be mineralized before plants can use this nitrogen. And the same is actually true for compost and also for chitin. The nitrogen is there, but it's still locked in the organic part, and it should be mineralized first. And then, as a contradiction maybe, we also have the biochar, but the biochar, it contains lower amounts of total nitrogen, and it's not available to mineralization. So you cannot use biochar to increase the mineral nitrogen content of your growing media plants. So this nitrogen mineralization that we need to convert the nitrogen, it's a microbial process, but also the other thing can happen that the nitrogen is immobilized in this system by the microbiology. It's also, of course, a microbial process. And in general, we can say that there is a higher risk for this nitrogen immobilization when you use materials with a high CN ratio. For instance, if you use these plant fibers, for instance. On the other hand, if your material is not stable, it will be this nitrogen immobilization will occur faster than for stable materials. So you have to combine these two criteria to assess the risk on nitrogen immobilization. And when you have high microbial activity, it will really affect the nitrogen dynamics in your system. And it can be both release or immobilization, and it can really go from very fast release to very fast immobilization. So it can go in either direction. When we talk about different materials, we can also put them in a graph like this. And on the first axis, we have like the nutrient content, the total nutrient content. And then we clearly see that green compost and fruit, vegetable, and garden compost, it's full of nutrients. While on the other axis, we have the organic matter content on a dry matter base. And here we see that wood fiber and bark composts, they are really organic matter, rich in organic matter. So it means actually that if you want a material for bulk replacement in growing media, you need a material rich in organic matter. So wood fiber, bark compost, and also woody composts, they are quite suited to be used in high doses. While on the other hand, this green compost and the VFG compost, you should use this as an organic fertilizer because it can result in high pH buffering, and it can also release high amounts of mineral nitrogen, but it's not a good material to be used as a bulk replacer. So we did a little experiment with 6 blends that you can see here, and blend M1 and M2, they are actually peat reduced blends where we have used a lot of compost. It was a woody compost and 40%. Then we have blend 3 and 4. It's completely peat free with the same composts and the same dose, but with other materials. Then we have blend 5. It's compost free and peat reduced. So it's only 70%. It only contains 30% of peat. And then we had the last blend, it's completely peat free. And these blends, they were optimized by adding lime or elemental sulfur, depending on the composition. And with these 6 blends, we did an incubation experiment with 2 sources of nitrogen. So we have blood meal and chitin applied as organic fertilizer. We have mixed them in the blends. We have put it at the correct moisture content and incubated them for 15 degrees for 100 days. And at the end, we have measured the total mineral nitrogen concentration to see what is the effect of the organic fertilizers. And as you can see on this slide is actually that chitin is working better as an organic fertilizer, as in general, the concentrations are higher than for blood meal. But there is also a clear effect of the blend because in some of the blends, we nearly see any mineral nitrogen after 100 days. So there is no release of mineral nitrogen from the organic fertilizers. So in terms of microbial biomass and microbial activity in this experiment, we can say that the effects are specific for each combination of the blend and the organic fertilizer, which of course does not really allow us to make a prediction before we start the experiment, which is quite difficult. And then over the 6 different blends that we have tested, we have seen that the larger that the net change was in microbial biomass, the lower was the mineral nitrogen concentration. So there seems to be an inverse relationship between the increase in microbial biomass and the release of mineral nitrogen. And one thing that we also observed, and that's quite fascinating, when you have compost in the blend, and of course there is nitrogen release, then we see that there is more nitrogen available as nitrates compared to ammonium. So it means that when you add compost in the blend, you get more nitrification. So it can be very interesting when you have a new blend that you add a small amount of compost in it, just to be sure that you have this process going on in an optimal way. And then we have the end of the cultivation, and we end up in most cases with spent growing media. But I know that you are ornamental growers and you don't have any spent growing media because you sell the growing medium with your plants, of course. But anyhow, I will tell about it, because we learned already that how you make the growing media blend, it can affect how your plant will grow during cropping. But at the end of the cultivation, of course, the spent growing medium, it tells the story of the past cultivation because it can contain residues of nutrients, of chemical plant protection. It can contain the pathogens, and of course, there will be plant roots in it and also salts. So it will affect how you can reuse the spent growing media. And the reason I want to talk about it for you, for ornamental growers, is that we did an experiment where we had spent growing media from strawberry cultivation. And this material was steamed, and then it was reused as a growing medium for chrysanthemums, as you can see here in the container field. And it was quite successful. And what we learned here was, of course, that there were a lot of nutrients in this spent growing media that could be reused during the chrysanthemum cultivation. So we saw a very high phosphorus and potassium availability. But on the other hand, we saw that the nitrogen mineralization from the spent growing media was very low. And it allowed us to think about circular use of nutrients combined with circular use of spent growing media. And yeah, we saw that it should be adapted in a nutrient-specific way, because we saw a big difference between nitrogen on the one hand and potassium and phosphorus on the other hand. I should say, of course, that when we reuse the spent growing medium of the strawberries, that the plants, the strawberry plants were included in it. So this biomass of the plants also contains a lot of nutrients that we could reuse for the chrysanthemums. So when we compare the spent growing media with regular green composts, we saw that spent growing media had some advantages because they had a high stability. They also had a higher organic matter content. On the other hand, we saw that there was a low nitrogen mineralization, lower than from compost, but also a lower risk for nitrogen fixation, which is good news, I think. And then we, of course, saw that phosphorus and potassium, they were available, and they were quite plant available as well. So this brings us to the idea that you can reuse spent growing media in another cultivation. So when we talk about peat replacement, it's not only maybe looking at new materials, but maybe it's also trying to reuse growing media more than once for having a more efficient system in that way as well. So there has been a lot this morning about carbon storage and climate change and CO2 emissions. And you should keep in mind that spent growing media based on organic materials, they are of course also a source of stable carbon. So if you have a low activity and spent growing media, it means they have a high capacity for carbon storage when you apply them in the field, in the soil. So to be very short, we have tested it for peat-based growing media, but also for other blends with or without biochar. And in all cases, we could conclude that these materials, spent growing media, they are really stable. So when you apply them again as growing medium, they will be stable, that's good. But if you apply them in the field as a soil improver, they are also a source of stable carbon. So that's good news for the future, I think. You can even consider to compost spent growing media. It will have some advantages, maybe also some risks involved, as you can see here. The only thing I can say is that the composts that you make from spent growing media, it's really rich in organic matter, so that's promising to be reused in growing media. But you have to take the nutrients also into account because you do an up concentration of nutrients during composting. So we are close to the conclusions. We have looked at different building blocks for sustainable growing media. And here is like a summary. Please keep in mind that some materials like chitin you can only use as an amendment, while other materials you can use for bulk replacement. We have learned that each material has a specific role in terms of microbiology. It can also be related to nitrogen release or nitrogen fixation. For each of these materials, you have to take into account that they might have an effect on nitrogen availability, on pH, but also on phosphorus and potassium availability. So it's important to keep it in mind. And we also learned that you can, in some cases, optimize materials, for instance, by acidification, by fiberization, or for compost, it can be very good to have further maturation. So you store compost some more weeks that you allow them to become more stable in terms of microbiology. So new materials, they have a higher activity and a higher biomass. So it's up to growers to use it in a positive way. Please keep in mind that nitrogen can be released, but it can also be immobilized. So keep it in mind. We talk about microbial processes, and they might, in some cases, be limited by factors beyond optimal conditions. For instance, if you have too high or too low moisture contents, or too low oxygen levels, or too low nitrogen levels, your microbial activity may be suboptimal, and you may not see what you expect to see. It's also very important when you use organic fertilizers that you allow them to mineralize first before you use the growing medium for sowing or planting to avoid any deficiency problems shortly after planting, for instance. So some guidelines. I think it's very important to combine different materials in a new growing media blends, because then you combine the strong, but also maybe the weak points of each material into a good blend. Using some compost in the blend, it's good because it increases the nitrification of your system. It's important when you have a compost that you clearly check whether you can use it for bulk replacement or as organic fertilizers. Whenever you use new materials in your blends, it will probably be necessary to change your watering system, your fertigation regime, or your fertilizer application. Yeah, it might be interesting to consider additional treatments of your materials before use. And in case of reuse of growing media, it's important to take the residual nutrients also into account during the second use of these materials. So the results that you saw, they are the result of the HortiBlue project, the Interreg2Cs project. We also had the honor to work with UK partners like ADAS, NIAP, and the University of Portsmouth. During this project, we also had 4 webinars, one on biochar production and gasification, one on chitin production and use, one on spent growing media, and one on new growing media blends. So the recordings are available, the fact sheets are available, the presentations are available. Maybe to make the link with the energy issue, in the first webinar, it was checked whether you can combine biochar production with heating of greenhouses. And well, it was really, it's a very nice story because there was also a very clear cost calculation and it was compared for using gasification as an alternative for biomass boilers. So if you need more information, you can find here the links to videos and papers. We also have a decision tool. And here we have a very nice fact sheet that you really should consult. And at the end of last year, we also had the last newsletter that you consult here. And this brings me just in time to the last slide. So we have a website, we have a YouTube channel, we are on Twitter. You can mail me with all your questions, but of course you can also ask the questions now already. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bart. That's excellent and lots of food for thought. And I hope everyone else has learned a lot. I've certainly learned a couple of new things and a lot of food for thought. Right, I have a question for you, and this is quite an interesting one. Is can growers measure biological activity in their growing media on nurseries, sort of in practice? Are there any ways other than with a sort of a measurement of CO2 production or O2 use? Is there any other ways of assessing?
Yeah, well, I know that more and more sensors are used in greenhouse cultivation. For instance, if you have sensors that look at oxygen or at CO2 or simple EC, electrical conductivity measurements or pH measurements, they can allow you to monitor what is going on. Of course, you always need to keep in mind that it's just a sensor gives you a value and you should take care with the interpretation. But on the other hand, sometimes combining different measurements can give you a good picture of what is going on, I think.
Okay, I think that's the only questions. Well, thank you very much for that. And I'm sure we'll be able to share your presentation with all those links in it to the attendees. That be okay?
Yeah, no problem, yeah.
Because
also the fact sheet on the microbiology, it's also available for everybody. So
okay.
Please consult it.
We'll make sure that's distributed because there's a lot of useful information there, and it's nice to see it was a collaborative project funded across the EU, something that we're going to have to find a new way of doing in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bart. Right, now it is time for me to introduce Derek. Derek is a very brave man. He manages to stick his head above the parapet on a number of occasions, including talking to poinsettia growers about Bemisia and plant health. And he's agreed to join us this morning, recorded to start with, and then obviously questions, to give us an update on sort of developments in plant health. So Derek's got a background in agriculture, a lot of experience in plant health as plant health inspector, and he's now principal plant health inspector for AFA. So if we can start the presentation, that would be great.
Hello, my name is Derek McCann. I'm a manager in the Plant Health and Seeds Inspectorate within the Animal and Plant Health Agency. In my day job, I cover inland surveillance and the actions we instigate when we find a quarantine pest and disease. I'd like to thank the organisers for the invitation to speak to you. Ahead of this meeting, I canvassed all my colleagues, asking them for the key messages they would like to bring to your attention. DEFRA asked me to mention some policy changes. Not surprisingly, those involved in imports, plant passporting and exports have something to say. I'll mention changes to how we plan to survey. And finally, I'll say something about how the Plant Health and Seeds Inspectorate is changing. You may have had little time to look at the DEFRA biosecurity strategy that was published in 2014, so may have missed the fact that they're looking to publish a new one. You may ask, what is its relevance to me? Well, it will set out a high-level overview of the activity that DEFRA plan to undertake to improve biosecurity in a post-EU exit world. It may be something of more relevance at the trade association level, but if interested, the time to look out for it is June, July of this year. DEFRA is going to run a policy review for Bemisia tobacco this year. There will be an opportunity to give your views this spring. Whilst Bemisia tobacco remains a vector for many viruses, the risk of the pathway from ornamentals, where it is intercepted frequently, to salad crops is to be reassessed. Policy options will range from keeping the status quo, to strengthening import and outbreak requirements, to redesignation as a regulated non-quarantine pest, with actions limited to marketing tolerances on a small range of genera. I will leave potential policy changes in plant passporting to a later section. Now, looking at imports. This slide is a simplified schematic showing the key elements of the plant health controls for plants for planting. For some, this may be very familiar territory. We thought it worth recapping on the current position and what is coming in the not too distant future. After Great Britain left the EU, there has been a phasing in of import controls with the aim of harmonising controls on plant material according to risk as of the 1st of July 2022. There's a lot more detail about this on the DEFRA Plant Health portal. So let's look back to January of last year. Great Britain, but not Northern Ireland, has left the EU. The single market rules no longer apply, and material of EU origin became subject to import controls. All imports of plants for planting needed to be accompanied by a phytosanitary certificate, which attests to the fact that it has been subject to physical inspection by the Exporting Plant Health Service and found free from quarantine pests or disease. All consignments must be declared to the PHSI at least 4 hours before landing in the UK, detailing with details of the import, its origin, and its destination. All imports are subject to fees which cover PHSI costs, regardless whether they're inspected or not. Now, plants for planting from third countries other than the EU have always been subject to mandatory inspection at 100% of imports. This inspection comprised of a physical inspection on the sample of the material to check for pests, a documentary check on the phytosanitary certificate to ensure that it included the required additional declarations, and an identity check to confirm that the nature and quantity of the material conforms to that stated on the certificate. EU plants for planting are now included in this 100% inspection if we're growing on. Plus, we're aiming to look at 10% of imported finished plants. Currently, third country material other than the EU is held by customs pending inspection at a border control post at the point of entry. Once inspected by the Plant Health Season Inspectorate, it is released by customs. This is all achieved via the IT system, resulting in a release through Chief. EU material is not currently held by customs, but it is subject to an inspection by the PHSI at a place of destination, often referred to as a pod, which is normally the growing site. Material must be held in isolation before being released by the PHSI. So what's changing? Well, some regulations have already come into play. On January the 1st this year, consignments of regulated and notifiable EU produce and cut flowers came into the scheme. Pre-notification is now required, but no phytosanitary certificate. But after July the 1st, they will require not only notification, but a phytosanitary certificate. Now for the big one. All propagated material and a percentage of finished plants must be presented for inspection at a border control post and will be subject to a customs hold. Just as happens with third country material now, until release following a satisfactory inspection by the PHSI. So if you're going to import, try and ensure that you or your agent, if you're using one, are registered in the right system, and try to ensure that the material arrives in a manner that facilitates that inspection. For example, it's well labelled, it's accessible, as all this will help to ease its progress through the border control post. The next subject is plant passporting, and again I apologise if I'm going over some old ground. Plant passporting changes came in of January of last year. These included the content and the format of the plant passport to differentiate between EU and our passports. It also, for example, included changes from protected zones to pest-free areas. Of course, there are the Northern Ireland complications. Plant passports are no longer applicable for movement from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. EU plant passports continue to be applicable for movements of qualifying Northern Ireland goods from Northern Ireland to Great Britain. As described already before, imports in the EU require phytosanitary certificate, and a UK plant passport will be issued for onward movement. Now, a plant passport was not just a traceability document, but it attests that the plants covered by the plant passport have met the plant health standards of Great Britain. As such, an operator in the EU is not able to issue one of our plant passports because they will not be authorised to do so under our plant health regime. Likewise, EU plant passports cannot be attached in Great Britain for movement directly into the EU. But there have been some transitional arrangements in place, and these will continue to the 30th of June 2022. UK plant passports may be affixed in EU member states, so that UK operators do need to attach the labels at their premises, but affixing is not the same as issuing. This approach is a temporary one and was designed to give businesses time to adapt. DEFRA are currently reviewing this policy to determine a more permanent position, and will provide updated guidance to businesses as soon as we know it. I've covered imports, I've covered plant passporting, but some of you may be involved in exports. The EU brought in a full regulatory regime as soon as we left the EU. This includes pre-notification and phytosanitary certificates. Only officials in the exporting country can issue a phytosanitary certificate. Before you export, it's advisable to do some homework to check that what you want to export is not prohibited, whether it's regulated, and whether notification is required. These links here provide opportunities to gather that information. If you want to export, then please apply to the Animal and Plant Health Agency. Application is online using the Plant Health Export System, more commonly is called FES. Once issued, the certificate travels with the goods. As with imports and plant passport, I'm afraid this service is chargeable. And now I've come to something that is not chargeable, namely the survey work we do inland. We always appreciate the cooperation you give to inspectors as we inspect at all stages of the production and distribution network. Leaving the EU does not change the reasons why we do this work, which is to check that our imports and plant passporting regime are actually working. It's another opportunity to check that known quarantine pests and disease are not moving through the system. It also helps us to detect new pests and new trade pathways. How we survey has changed as we adopted new legislation in the year before we left the EU. But also what we survey for has changed. We now have a Great Britain priority list that we survey for annually. These are mainly tree and potato pests, but it does include Xylella, rose rosette virus, and Thrips palmi. Only 7 pests can be found on the GB priority list and the EU priority list. So it truly is a bespoke list designed to meet the needs of this country. In addition, we now have an obligation to survey for every other pest listed in our legislation, of which there are many. and most are not believed to be in the country. So why look for pests we don't have? I think increasingly we need to prove country freedom, both to keep our current import regulations in place, but also to support any exports. Leaving the EU has had a huge impact on the type and volume of work that the PHSI does, and it is likely you'll have seen a lot of new faces. Since July 2020, we have recruited and onboarded 176 frontline inspectors, including 40 apprentices. The majority of these have been aimed at the increase in the inspections of Great Britain EU trade, imports, exports. Further recruitment is already well underway in 2022 for a further 52 inland inspectors. Specific recruitment for border control post inspectors is also underway as part of our preparations for the new border operating model, which comes in, I repeat, on the 1st of July 2022, when physical inspections will move to be undertaken at the border. We anticipate that eventually our workforce will be greater than 700 inspectors when all recruitment is complete to cover all the work we think needs to be done at the border and inland. Such a rapid expansion of staffing brings with it its own problems, and these have been exacerbated by the COVID restrictions we've all had to face. It has severely limited our ability to do classroom teaching, face-to-face teaching, and a lot of the usual things we used to do. Consequently, on-site training in small groups is becoming very crucial to us. We welcome your support in helping inspectors gain a good understanding of your businesses, wider industry, and the challenges you face. However, I appreciate it consequently means that it looks like sometimes we turn up mob-handed. We'll do our best to alert you to this fact, and if it does happen, we'll try and explain the rationale at the visit. That concludes all I wanted to say today, and all I can say now is thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Derek. As you probably would expect, there's quite a few questions. So first of all, let me just start with a question from an anonymous attendee. From July, is there going to be sufficient infrastructure at the ports to ensure there are no delays in checking incoming plants and releasing them on their onward journey? And as a sort of supplementary, what's the proposed target times from plants arriving to being released by Plant Health?
Right. I'm not an import export, so what I can do is if you want to capture all these questions and send them through to me, I can send them to the relevant specialist who can then provide you back a more authoritative reply. All I can say is that the likes of Shevington and all that, there's tons of work going on. There's so much preparatory work going on at the moment. We're certainly aiming for the 1st of July deadline. All I can say is, I'm reliably informed that's what everyone's going for. As for times going through, no, I don't have any information on that.
So the questions are all in the question and answer, Derek. So you could just actually just cut and paste them out and.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
And a question from Rory. Currently a consultation regarding the risk matrix applied to the frequency of checks and the level of fees. Given that the UK growers are currently paying 100 times more for inspections than our EU competition, I'm not sure, assuming that's right, and under the current proposal over 200 times, will the results of the consultation be implemented before the changes in June?
The fee changes? I believe plant passporting changes, they're being looked at, they're due, and they're all due they're coming up for renewal very soon. I imagine they'll be in place for June, but I'd have to confirm. As for the amount we charge, we follow government policy, which is full cost recovery. So that's why our fees are reviewed on a very regular basis. They are, the books are opened up. We work exactly what it costs us to do this work, and that's what's passed on. If that isn't happening on the continent and it's being subsidised in any way, that's a policy decision. So I can't comment on the amount, But I know that they are. What I can do is find out the exact timings of the fee changes coming through.
So you would suggest probably that we need to start lobbying government, because that's
it's not for the inspector. Look, we're at the sharp end. Government says jump, I say are high. I mean, my job is to enforce legislation. We can advise government on the impacts as best we can, but we can't be a proxy for the trade. You have to lobby yourself. So how much is charged? That's down to the government policy. All we can do is work out exactly as diligently as possible what we truly cost, try and be as efficient as we can to minimize those costs, and try and keep the red tape of the paperwork as small as we can. But the principle of charging full cost recovery is a government decision.
Okay, and then I've got a question from a Derek Jarman. I'm not sure who he is. I have a nurseryman friend in the New Forest who grows ligustrum topiary. For many years, he has supplied Disneyland in Paris. He cannot supply his orders as ligustrum cannot be exported to the EU. Are you able to help him?
No, I'd have to check the intricacies of exports. I'd have to check. I can't, off the top of my head, think of a reason why ligustrum particularly has been singled out as being prohibited. But again, I can pass that question on to the export team and provide an answer. Is it the genera that's prohibited, or size? I don't know.
I think that's the kind of thing. It would be great if you could sort of investigate.
Right. I mean, you know, we have reciprocal things coming the other way. I mean, you'll be aware that there are changes to oak trees coming in. Any oak tree over a certain size now is unlikely to be coming into the country because the Europeans can't fulfill our requirements. So these things are happening across a range of genera as each risk assessment, independent risk assessment, is made between Europe and what we decide. But I don't know why ligustrum has been singled out. Exports is a very intricate world. So I won't say. I'd rather say nothing than get it wrong. So I'll get the exact answer for that.
Okay. Right. Given that we've got we're on a tight time scale and we're trying to catch up a bit. Derek's got a couple more questions for you. That might be something that is best handled offline, and then we can share to attendees and BPOA.
Yeah. If it's really about the intricacies of passporting or imports or export, I'll have to get the relevant people. There was a time 10 years ago, I had to stab at all these questions, but it's grown so big and so complicated that now we are becoming more specialists on the technical side. So surveillance, pest and disease response, I'd happily talk about. The others, I will rather get a proper answer than off the cuff now.
Okay.
And I can apologise if I haven't got the scientific knowledge of all things plant health.
Right. So dropping back onto your particular expertise, the Bemisia tobacco consultation, that opens next month.
It's the dates I've got is likely to be May, June this year.
Oh, May, June. Okay, so not
May, June this year is what Dominic Eyre in policy is now saying to me. And depending on the results of that consultation, obviously, if the legislation is to change, that would probably be in 2023. So it won't it goes through the whole.
The poinsettia season 22.
So this year's poinsettia season will not be. It will not be in time for that. Okay. So any changes to Bemisia will be legally next year. So the time they reviewed the pathways and everything, and we, as one of the other speakers said before, don't necessarily rely upon trade associations to reply. The consultation will be available on the Plant Health portal, and everyone can feel free to contribute towards it.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Now we have a little section from Derek, and I think if everyone is happy, we will do that and then run a slightly shorter lunch break than we were planning to do. So thank you very much again, Derek, for your time. Mr. Jarman, would you like to give us a little update on developments in the BPOA, if that's... Derek, are you there? Are you?
Sorry, I've just reconnected myself. I'd sort of disappeared as a panelist, and so back in action. I'll be very brief. the way I see things, and this is me, we're nice guys. We've all got PV panels, or most of us have. We've got heat pumps, we've got EV chargers. We recycle things. We use recycled products. We recycle water. We recycle organic material. But the problem we've all got, we're all small businesses, and we're all busy running the day-to-day operations, such as labour and customers and products. So we need a voice, and the best voice we have is the British Protected Ornamental Association. Now that is quite a mouthful, I agree, and there's a voice to maybe make it a bit simpler or shorter. But the key issues we've got are, one is promotion, and we had our late friend Peter Seabrook and his work at the Floral Fantasia, which must continue in Peter's legacy. For those who have not been to Floral Fantasia, it's at the RHS Garden at Hyde Hall in Chelmsford in Essex. And Peter was a great vocal promoter of bedding plants in particular, and also to a less extent bulbs. And this will continue for the next 3 years at the RHS Garden. And it's looking at promoting bedding plants, it's looking at education, and the number of visitors that go to the garden all see what Peter's done. And what I think we'd like to do as a group is extend that to the other RHS gardens or other gardens around the country. Also, this needs money. We've managed to secure most of the money to continue Peter's legacy for the next 3 years. We do need a bit more money. If anyone's got a little bit of money to help us, we'd be most appreciative of that. So we need to promote the product. We will be asking the NFU for a bit of money to help us along our path. We've got VAT on ornamentals. Most European countries have a low rate of VAT on plants and flowering and flowers. For example, Netherlands is 9%, Germany is 7%, even Ireland's 13.5% against the high rates in the 20s. So this is aimed at promoting the consumption of flowers and plants. And there's no reason, as we've seen with the hospitality sector, that the government reduced the VAT rate down to 12.5% and even lower. They can't reduce it for plants. Again, the problem is we're not a voice. We're all lots of small individuals, and we're not talking to the government. Another example, there was an EFRA inquiry on the labour shortages in the food and farming sector. We got invited through, I think, either the British Growers Association or the NFU to give evidence before this select committee. Luckily, we met our horticultural friend Neil Parrish, who was the chairman, and within 2 months, we managed to get the seasonal workers pilot scheme extended to include ornamentals. Now, we fell out with most of the edible nurseries on that particular day before Christmas, but it does mean we can do things as we work together. And I think we're under attack. I've never seen an attack like this as a business since I've been in horticulture, which is some 30 years. We've got peat bans. We've got George Eustace saying he's already going to ban peat prior to the consultation. We've got the health inspectors' fees. We've got inability to export to Europe. We've got the problems in Northern Ireland. We've got lack of labour. It goes on and on and on. So we need a voice. And what I've been particularly impressed with is Robin with his Northwest group, who's organised several useful events up in the Northwest. And there's no reason why we can't have a Midlands group, a South Coast group, and possibly a Lincolnshire group. And we can all share knowledge, learn things, and obviously for the better of our businesses. So we're under attack. The future is still good. We've got a great product. It does take in CO2. It gives us oxygen during the day. It's colourful. It's cheap. It should be valued, but it's currently cheap. So I think the future's good, but we do need to work together. And I would urge anyone who does not belong to the British Protected Ornamental Association to join. Other than that, I think I've finished my little rant. I think I have. So on more important matters, time for lunch. Gone deadly quiet.
Absolutely, Derek. Absolutely. So let's get back. If we can all everyone can be back at 1:15. So just over sort of just over half an hour. We'll see you all then. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Gone.
It's 1951. Mr. Beaconkamp started his business, soon to be a family business. There are a lot of things you can do alone, but some things you have to do together to grow. So 2 hands became 60 hands. 1 cup of coffee became 30 cups of coffee. 50 plant-raising trays became 1,000,000 plant-raising trays. Mr. Beaconkamp's tools and business transformed as time passed. Like his family, his business grew. It expanded into 3 businesses, with locations in Europe, North America, South America, Asia, and Africa, and over 2,900 employees worldwide. Since the start, Beaconkamp Plants Vegetables has been producing starting material of fruit vegetables and open field crops for the professional grower. Beaconkamp Plants Ornamentals is a breeder and a global supplier of starting material with a year-round assortment of pot and bedding plants, where we want to inspire the complete supply chain of our genetics. Delaflor Chrysanthemum is our chrysanthemum cut flower paradise. We're a global market leader in breeding and propagating chrysanthemums worldwide. We produce cuttings and issue licenses for more than 400 varieties of display, spray chrysanthemums, and santinis for cut flower production. And finally, Beaconkamp Packaging. Remember those plant-raising trays? Back in 1982, we believed that plant cultivation could be done more efficiently. And so we started developing custom-made trays, boxes, and pots to provide sustainable solutions for every crop. We have grown to be a vast international company, supplying all over the world, owning our own trucks, and producing over 2 billion starting materials a year. Today, Mr. Beaconkamp's enterprise, our family business, is still built upon the same values that he began with. Together, the best result.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Smethurst, and I look after the horticulture and indoor growing markets for Priva in the UK and Norway. As I'm sure you're all aware, Priva has been supplying innovative products and services in the horticulture sector for over 60 years. In recent times, we've seen a growing trend across the globe of external factors influencing and directing our sector. Population increase, climate challenges, skills shortages, and the increasing requirement from our ultimate customer, the consumer, for high-quality, locally produced, sustainable product. In particular for ornamentals, there is the desire for locally produced crops to improve the quality of life in urban areas. We can see these as challenges, but also opportunities. As a company always wanting to improve and go the extra mile for our customers, we're excited to move into a new era of connectivity, integration, and big data. But I'll let this short film explain why.
Over the years, we've spoken to thousands of growers and experienced together that greenhouse management processes have become more and more complex. At the same time, growers are looking for ways to work at a crop level and optimize their production in a sustainable way, which is challenging when experienced staff are hard to find. With our climate, water, energy, and measurement solutions, we are already supporting you in running your facilities efficiently. Now is the time for the next level. Manage your business with our cloud-based services and applications that give you the ability to view, analyze, plan, and automate all at crop level. To make this possible, we've completely reworked how data and controls are used by our customers. Our more than 100 development team members have spent the last year working hand in hand with our customers, and we're looking forward to showing you our results.
As soon as you connect your greenhouse to our cloud, you will be able to control your crop from anywhere at any time. Via multiple applications, you will be able to optimize your crop and your business processes via our platform.
We're working closely with customers from all over the world to help deliver exciting new online services. Services that transform the huge amount of raw data greenhouses generate by enriching the data and applying artificial intelligence to deliver custom insights to you each day.
It is important to have insight in the key processes of your greenhouse. That is why we created a cloud-based platform that seamlessly connects every aspect of the growing process to make it easy to grow a profitable crop.
Crop growth becomes crystal clear and anomalies are automatically detected. Comparing crops by variety, greenhouses, and geographical location becomes a reality.
To provide you with the most complete solution on the market, we also look beyond our own capabilities. We extend our portfolio of products and services with partnerships. Our cloud-based platform is built to welcome third parties because 1 + 1 should equal 3 for our customers.
Together, we can take your business to the next level.
Get connected. Grow your business.
Priva's open platform. So how do we implement this? The one thing you need to get started is the Priva Gateway, which can be connected to all of our current platforms and is backwards compatible for the last 3 versions. The Priva Gateway connects your greenhouse to the My Priva platform by interfacing your Priva Climate computer through a separate broadband connection to the cloud. Priva have built their services in partnership with the Microsoft Azure cloud platform, utilising 2 data centres, one in Dublin and one in Amsterdam, to ensure continuous running and security of your data. We chose Microsoft not only because of their in-house capability and experience, but also because they share the same ideology as Priva, in that although we might host and process your data, that data belongs to you, not Priva and not Microsoft. When it comes to the flow and connection of data, no unsolicited communication is allowed. This prevents the glasshouse and your business from being hacked from the outside. The connection is also direct to the climate computer and not via your network or servers, which helps to protect your security. With this cloud-based environment, you can manage your business with online services and applications. You'll be able to view, analyse, plan and automate your processes anywhere and at any time via your smartphone, tablet or any other connected device. With the Priva Connected package, you unlock several applications straight away. Applications that make it easier to grow a profitable crop. The first of these is Operator, which allows you to monitor and manage your climate, water and energy remotely, anywhere and at any time. Through any smart internet connected device. Here is a quick overview film to give a brief description.
Priva Operator is the best way to control your Priva process computer via your smartphone. The Operator dashboard gives you insight into the most important measurements and gives you control over the settings of your systems. The different colors of tiles indicate types of measurement. This offers you overview at all times. Convenient shortcuts take you directly to the right compartment. Handy pop-ups offer you more information about specific measurements. View charts to see the historical trends. Shortcuts make it easy to navigate to related settings. For example, you can click directly from the greenhouse temperature to the ventilation strategy to adjust the desired temperature. Go to operator.priva.com to directly view your own Operator dashboard.
Another service available in the connected package is Priva Alarms and Notification Centre, which gives you an instant overview of your system's alarms, sends notifications when an alarm occurs, and gives you detailed information. Both Operator and Priva's Alarm Notification Centre enable you to spend more time in your crop and less time behind a desk, so that you can make the crucial decisions and strategy changes straight away. The connected package also provides you with the security of the latest software updates. This is automatic for our cloud services and freely available access for the software updates on our climate computers, so that your Priva partner can install them when it suits you. Of course, we want to support you to our utmost as well, so every Priva customer has access to our award-winning Priva Academy for online learning, full support from our help desk, the support centre, and 2 hours of bespoke time with our highly experienced consultants every year. Priva Connected is our offer of an introduction to cloud services via the Priva platform. It is your entry into a world of new possibilities, and it is only the beginning. Getting connected is only the first step. Can you imagine the power of the immense amount of raw data that is collected through the Priva systems, and the applications that we'll be able to develop with that data? Priva is investing in research and development with data technicians and the application of artificial intelligence. Some examples are autonomous control through Plantonomy, which is currently available for smarter growers and that we are piloting with ornamentals. Or perhaps deep insight into ensuring a profitable crop through key performance indicators and analysis tools in the grower intelligence dashboards. Or creating saved recipe settings for different phases of the crop life cycle through crop cycle management. We've called it an open platform, and we really mean that. So whether we use our own technology or integrate with third parties as we have done and are developing with companies like Aranet, Adasis, 30 MHz, and a host of others that we are speaking with, it helps you to manage your crop in the most efficient and sustainable way. This integration could be direct. For example, information from Aranet sensors sent straight into the Priva platform locally, or it could be through an application programming interface, or API, where we share data, import or export, or both, with a third-party cloud platform. The vision is to offer a seamless integration of data and the services which impact your business to make high-level decision-making, control, and organisation easier. That makes you a more profitable and sustainable business. To find out more and how our special BPOA offers can help you get to the next level, please do contact me via email to catherine.smethurst@priva.com or on my mobile 07867 178 548. Let us help you get connected and grow your business.
Hi, I'm Tom Clamp. I'm the Group Trials Manager for Westland Horticulture, and I'm here at NIAB with Hilary Papworth. Would you like to give us a quick rundown of NIAB?
Yes, of course, Tom. My name's Hilary Papworth. I'm the glasshouse and ornamental crop specialist here at NIAB, and I'm part of a wide team that are specialists in soil science, plant protection, and plant nutrition. We run trials on all sorts of different products and varieties and crops in support of horticulture and agriculture in the UK.
Brilliant, thank you. We're absolutely delighted to be working with NIAB, and let's go and have a look at our new facility. Here we are at Westland's new fantastic glasshouse. We've got over 200 square metres of high specification growing space. Our glasshouse also has drip irrigation and automatic temperature control. We are working hard to expand our professional peat-free range for Sinclair, providing high quality, sustainable substrates for the professional market across a wide range of crops. When looking at new peat-free blends, we carry out a suite of tests looking at physical and chemical properties. By ensuring the substrates meet the optimum air-filled porosity and water-holding capacity, this ensures a transition to peat-free is much more manageable on the nursery. Simple things like the surface of peat-free grow media can look dry but is actually moist underneath. It is important information to pass on to the grower to ensure that plants are not overwatered. The trials are fully replicated and mathematically randomised to ensure that their location within the glasshouse has absolutely no impact on the final results. I oversee the trials here at NIAB, but the setup, assessments and treatments are all undertaken independently and anonymously by the experts. It's important when designing a trial for growing medias or fertiliser that you consider different species and their requirements. We are constantly refining the nutrient packages to complement the range to produce superior quality plants. Trials are carried out on a wide range of species with different requirements, such as salt-sensitive species and those with higher nutritional requirements. All potential new materials are run through an extensive screening process before deciding whether to include them in our trials plan moving forward. Consistency of plant material is absolutely essential in the trials. That's why we only use either F1 hybrid seed or, in this case, F1 hybrid grower plugs, which means that every single plant at the start will be exactly the same. Once our trials have been completed at NIAB, we then follow this on with extensive growing trials and mechanical handling trials in situ at nurseries. As well as producing new grow media blends, we are constantly improving the greening of our supply chain and enhancing nutrition. We continue to develop products such as biostimulants and plant protection solutions, along with optimizing water management as well as reducing wastage. We are continuing to heavily invest in plant health and green chemistry. We feel that it's very important to help a plant to defend itself as opposed to rely on pesticidal treatments. Going forward, we're going to really expand our trials work here at NIAB. We're going to move into varietal work on ornamentals, edibles and into lawn seed. We're going to expand our lawn care trials program both here and at SGRI. We're going to continue on our peat-free journey where the new materials can take us on what new formulations we can push forward. And finally, we're going to try and demonstrate and showcase our technologies through visualizations and demonstrations so we can really bring things to life for the customer. Really exciting times ahead, and it's certainly only the beginning.
Well, this, I got to meet.
Hello and welcome back to our afternoon session. We have three fantastic speakers and we're going to be looking towards the future now. So our first speaker, David May, will explain how robots and automation technology might provide future solutions to labour and crop protection. And Surridge will show how data capture and machine learning could be a useful tool in all sorts of things. And our final speaker, Max, will give a background to the autonomous greenhouse challenge that's been running in Holland. And it might give us the answer as to could artificial intelligence be better than growing? So could it be better than a human at growing? So without further ado, we'll start with David. So David May is a Deputy Director of Lincoln Institute of Agricultural Food Technology. He is an agronomist by training, so I think we can trust him to give a grower's view on automation, not a technologist's view of automation. And he has over 30 years of experience working with food and ornamentals. So over to you, David.
Good afternoon. Hopefully everybody can hear me. You're going to get this unplugged, as we'd actually originally planned this to be a video presentation. So apologies if it doesn't flow quite as seamlessly, but it's really pleasure to be here today talking to the BPOA about ornamentals. So for those who don't know me, I started my career actually in ADAS as an ornamentals crops advisor. And I was involved at the start of some of the work in the 90s on automation funded by the HDC. So it's particularly pleasing to come back and now, some 30 odd years later, start to talk about some of the work that we're doing at University of Lincoln and the work we're doing on automation, robotics, and how that potentially has the benefit for the sector. Hopefully everybody can see my slides and I'll take questions at the end. So I'm going to run you through a little bit of the work that we do at LIAT, Lincoln Institute for Agri-Food Technology, and also some of the research work and how I think that may feed into the future direction of systems within the ornamental sector. So what is Lincoln, apologies, the Lincoln Institute for Agri-Food Technology? Well, we're a specialist unit of the University of Lincoln. We're very much a multidisciplinary team, and we look across both technology and how crops grow. So we're looking at the robotics, but how they interact with plants and the environment. We also do a lot of work increasingly on net zero and measuring that and looking at the impacts and what we can do to ameliorate those on net zero and carbon. I'm not going to talk about those, but if people are interested, when we share the documentation, there will be a link to a short video which we presented at COP26 about some of that work. What you can see on the right-hand side is a picture of some really nice strawberries in a polytunnel. That's a replica of a commercial polytunnel, and we use that for a lot of our research. I'm going to refer quite a lot to strawberries. That's because it's one of the areas we're working, but a lot of the technology we're developing is completely transferable. The bottom picture is a Saga robot, and that is the platform, one of the platforms that we work with, and Saga Robotics is based at Lincoln and Norway, and they have developed a number of platforms which I'm going to talk about and how we can exploit the technology. So Lincoln Institute, we're based up at Rhizome College. Some of you may have come across that. It was the former home of Rhizome College, part of Bishop Burton. It's a 200-hectare arable farm, which allows us to do lots of interesting things and set up various different facilities, such as the strawberry farm, a fully equipped Tesco store in terms of refrigeration, and various robotic labs and workshops, etc., along with all the other things you might expect on a working farm and estate. So what is Lincoln Agri Robotics? Well, Lincoln Agri Robotics was a project funded by Research England, which is part of UKRI, and they gave us a grant in 2019 to look at fundamentally 3 areas that are important to the horticultural sector: harvesting, how we can be more efficient with harvesting and using of technology; crop care, and how we can reduce the amount of pesticides that are needed to be applied to grow crops. And I'm going to talk about some of the technology that we're developing in that area as well. And then robotic phenotyping, which for those who don't know is really understanding varietal characteristics and how we can start to use the technology to identify the right characteristics that we may want in the future. I'm not going to go into any depth on that, but I think the takeaway is the robots at some point will start selecting characteristics that meet the requirements of robots handling and systems, which hopefully isn't too scary for people. So in terms of the technology, we're very much looking at manipulation. So the picture on the left is from COP26, showing a robotic arm and the ability to go into crops, identify a particular item such as a strawberry, so that you could potentially pick a strawberry out of a crop and place it in a punnet. And I'll talk a little bit more about how that could be transferred into the ornamental sector. The photograph in the middle is a Saga robot with a UV system. And again, I'll talk about how potentially UV can be used to control powdery mildew, etc., and could be easily adapted to the ornamental sector. The right-hand two is one is showing imagery and how that's starting to be used for crop forecasting. And the last one is a mushroom picking device showing that we can actually very carefully handle delicate products in a way that can remove the need for a human being to pick those mushrooms, a job that's very labor intensive. So I'm going to really start off with the aspects of moving and handling. I think that's perhaps the one that is foremost in people's minds very often. And some of the work that we've done at Rhizome is identified in the strawberry sector, but I know from my days in the ornamentals is very relevant, just the sheer amount of time that is spent moving crops backwards and forwards. So something of the order in strawberries of 10 to 20% of the time is just handling things. So we're developing fleets of robots, as you can see in the right-hand picture, on the picture on the bottom corner, which can go at the control either with a mobile phone or even with hand gestures to somebody working on a crop, and then can take that crop away from them and take it back to a pack house area. And we're starting to develop the technology around fleet robotics, which can then support the workers doing the job. So those tasks which are quite challenging to do can often be done more. We can take out harder to solve. So actually, by simplifying the jobs that robots are really well suited to, we can then, excuse me, start to reduce some of the pressure on the workforce, and that will help with the availability of labour and the costs of labour. So we can see fleet robotics coming into various sectors, and there are devices already for moving Danish trolleys around nurseries. However, some of the considerations around health and safety are really important for us to understand. And at the moment, you still need to have somebody adjacent to the areas where the robots are working. We're starting to pick up a lot of the technology from driverless cars and putting that into the robots so that they will stop automatically if somebody walks across them. They won't crash into the posts. and they can work around each other, and they can maneuver in and out of crops. So the technology, the base technology being developed, the application to move into other sectors is what needs to start to happen over the next period of time. So as I've said, we obviously have the ability to use robots to manipulate and grasp things, so very soft and gentle handling. So we're starting to look at how those could be used, and you could see that things like sticking cuttings, etc., robotic arms, again, could start to be developed and used. They obviously have to be programmed for the specific task, and you have to look at the manipulation that you need, but there are plenty of robots out there that can pick up, move and handle delicate items at the moment. But again, you've got to think about where you're going to place those and making sure they're safe for the staff to operate in and around them. So moving on to crop care. So there's a lot of development in the use of imaging technology, and I'm going to come back to that in quite a bit more detail in the next few slides. The center slide is the UV robot, and on the other picture is it showing in a different configuration. So UV has the ability to stop things like powdery mildew. However, it needs to work, it needs to be applied at night, and therefore robots are the ideal way from a health and safety point of view to apply it. They can go up and down the crop, or they could go over the crop, as in the case of the UV robots, and apply the treatment, and that will stop or eliminate the powdery mildew. One of the challenges is for powdery mildew, you need to start the treatment before the powdery mildew develops. So it's really important around the timing. And one of the system in the centre has been on trial in a commercial nursery in Kent for last summer, and was very effective. So really interesting technology which can see being transferred into the ornamental sector. So in terms of spectral imaging, we've been working with a company called Photonics, which is based out of Manchester, looking at imaging so that they can start to identify characteristics within crops. So in particular, looking at early signs of pest and disease damage, whether you've got flowering development or fruiting development, and starting to create the diagnostic tools that can be used to help growers to make decisions and help the agronomists to make earlier decisions about when to spray or not to spray. And these techniques can provide several days, if not weeks, earlier detection before the agronomist walking up and down the crop. So Photonics have moved from developing a very much a lab-based system in the center picture to something on the right-hand side, which can be used for adapting to a robot. But you could see these being put on booms, etc. So there may be a number of different ways of doing it going forward. And the price of this technology is coming down and becoming more affordable. So this shows you an example of the robots. The cameras mounted on a Saga robot and are going over the strawberry production area at Rhizome, so the schematic, and that picture just shows you the strawberry farm, an aerial shot in the tunnels, and the robots can move up and down. So what I'm going to show you next is some brief footage showing water, detecting moisture. So within the crop, you can see different colors, and this is through the season. So obviously you can see the crop declining towards October. Don't worry about the scale, it's a relative scale, so a sort of a 0 to 1, but it can show you the difference in the water content of how it changes over the season, and has the potential to be used as a tool going forwards for managing maybe stress on crops, water stress, optimizing water. Obviously more work needs to be done on different crops, but interesting technology. And particularly when you see, and hopefully the video is playing, you can see how over time the color is changing. So maybe allow us to identify poor irrigation practices, uneven irrigation, or where the crops are starting to become stressed. So, and because the robots can run all of the time, a lot of the time, we can collect significantly more data on the crop's performance. Now, obviously, not everybody's going to jump in and buy a robot, but you may want some of the technology which is coming through this in order for the agronomists to do early diagnostics. So they are starting to develop and are developing handheld technology, which allows the agronomist to go into the crop and have a look at the status of the crop and make diagnostic decisions. Obviously, as people like photonics move into different crops, then obviously they need to fine tune and develop the technology accordingly so that they can identify what the image is showing them against what the potential pest or disease issue is. I said I'd briefly touch on phenotyping. So phenotyping is a way of evaluating crops. So the robot in the center has a hyperspectral camera on, and it's taking 3D images of the crop. So you can really start to understand the shape, the size of the crop. We think this is probably more suitable for the breeders who are looking for particular characteristics because of the investment. But again, it shows the potential of the technology to speed up breeding programs, enhance the way we select varieties, and potentially select varieties that are better suited to mechanization. So if you were thinking, well, how do I get involved in this sort of work? How would I work with a university to solve some of the problems, particularly with the demise of the levy and AHDB? There are channels to doing research, whether it's through privately funded research or Innovate grants, and we're always happy and open to talk to people about those opportunities. There's another thing called a KTP, a knowledge transfer partnership, which allows businesses to employ usually postdoctoral students for 12 or 36 months, and that's usually partially funded by government, depending on the size of the business, in the 70% range, and that pays for the time of the postgrad working on a particular research topic supported by the university to try and help you solve those problems. And for some businesses, that may be an appropriate route if you've got very specific projects and problems you want to look at. In addition, we do have a student program, and they're always looking for short-term projects over the summer, which we're happy to talk to people about. And then for the bigger projects, we also have a PhD funded program. So we have a joint program between ourselves, University of Cambridge and the University of East Anglia, sponsoring the next round of agri-roboticists. So there's a real opportunity for businesses to go in and fund those and get work done over a longer timescale on problems that they may be facing in terms of robotics and handling and movement, or any other aspect of robotics, to be fair. So as I say, we have an MSc in Agri-Food Technology. That's a very broad program, but it's teaching the next generation in our industry about how technology interacts with plants and how we can use that technology. It's predominantly on the food side, but it's perfectly applicable to those who want to get into the technology across the sector. We also have a partnership with Barclays, with an Eagle Lab, an incubation space, and we're starting to see development spin-outs who are developing new technology for the sector. And if people are interested or know businesses who want to develop into this area, we're happy to help and talk to people about it. And we've got our first spin-out looking at crop forecasting started at Lincoln a few months ago. And you can see, although that's initially in fruit sector, some of that forecasting technology that's been developed will transfer into other sectors. So thank you very much for listening. I hope you could see all the slides. I'm conscious that there is a line of text above my slides, but hopefully that's been helpful. Robin, happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much for that, David. Have we got any questions for David? No. So how far away, David, is this from being a commercial prospect, some of this technology?
So I think the Saga technology is in commercial, semi-commercial trials. So I think that's out there already in the sector. Phoenix is launching some of their technology now. So I think it is coming. I think the handling side is probably a bit further away. There are systems the Dutch are doing, and interestingly, my old employer Tesco has showed some video of them moving cages, which is really another style of Danish trolley. So yeah, I think you can see that technology, but maybe that's going to take maybe 3 years to move it to commercial. I think some of the real challenges around the health and safety and how those issues are addressed.
Yeah, so we at the BPOA are quite keen to help David develop this topic of moving Danish trolleys. Millions of Danish trolleys are moved every year, and it seems to us that it's quite an easy project to try and build something round. The health and safety thing is interesting. Is that, would they be able to work at night? Is that another way around it?
Yeah, so they can work at night, but obviously you've obviously got your staff in the crops during the day, and you want to move the trolleys away from them. And the work we're doing on strawberries is doing it during the day. I think the technical solutions are there. I think it's more the risk appetite of the insurers and the policymakers to try and do that. And I know work is going on in that sector. And I think from so at the moment, the way you would do it is you would have somebody overseeing the trolley movements. So on the UV, where they're doing it at night, they have to have somebody by the polytunnels, even though there might be multiple robots working. So you think about driverless cars. They're already on the road, but you still have to have a person with their hand on the wheel. So we're in that phase where we're trying to work out what's going to be acceptable, and as often legislation takes longer to catch up than the technology.
Yeah, so the technology is miles ahead of legislation at the moment then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a question in the chat, Robin, I've just seen about the handheld. Can the new handheld devices identifying water stress, for example, be calibrated by agronomists to take out this large range? So if you've got 100 species, I think the challenge will be always calibration. So yes, in theory. So some of the data that I've seen from Phoenix, they have multiple species. I think it would be an interesting piece of work to do, and then you've got to decide whether the time spent is worth it. But in theory, yes, it can be.
Do we know what they're looking for with the imaging? Is it something particular, or is it just an image?
So it's to do with light and the spectral imaging that's coming back, and differences in the light that comes back from the crop. And there's some very interesting computational stuff which I am not going to try and explain because I don't understand it, which changes that information and creates an output which allows you to know that part of the leaf is different to another part of the leaf. And therefore you can identify, for example, where you've got fungi infecting that part of the leaf because it's changed the color of the leaf. And equally with water stress, it will change different shades, as you saw on the photo, on the images of where the leaf is. So it's about then ground truthing that and saying, well, I've got that image, that activity, that output, and when I ground truth it, I know that correlates to mildew, or it correlates to disease on the underside of the leaf. But it will come, and I think clearly the smaller crops, the challenge is the investment required.
Yeah. So would that suit a subscription service where people because he probably wouldn't need the equipment all the time. He could, and it's partly building up a library of knowledge, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I can't answer for Photonics of what route they're going to go down, but I think they will be talking to agronomy and agronomy services. So you can see your agronomist being able to come in with that device, and maybe a business, if it's big enough, will effectively have somebody in-house who can do that. So I think the idea is to make particularly the handhelds cheap enough for agronomists to feel that they can buy it. Clearly the large kit that sits on a desk, you're not probably going to spend 20,000-30,000 on.
Right. Let's see. Any more questions before we move on? Right. Well, thanks very much for that, David.
No.
And if you want to stop sharing your screen, we'll move on.
Yep, I will. Oh, sorry, I will do that. Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is the potential for data analytics and machine learning in horticulture crops. So it's Ant Surridge. Ant is a specialist in innovative crop protection solutions, and his background is commercial horticulture. So I think it's always the same. You need a grower to actually get a handle on this technology. If you ever speak to computer people, they're not sensible. They're not got any common sense. You need a grower to actually show them what we want. So Ant is perfectly involved in this and has worked in a family horticultural business and studied plant science. So over to you, Ant.
Hi, my name is Ant Surridge. I'm a Technical Development Manager here at Fargro, and today I'm going to be talking about the potential for data analytics and machine learning in horticultural crop protection programs. So we at Fargro have been working with a number of sensor companies from 30 megahertz to Grow, and working with those data sets that those sensors produce to help our growers improve their crop protection programs. So through this presentation, I kind of outline a bit about the problem, some of the different data sets that growers perhaps should be thinking about capturing, how these can help inform decisions, and what an overall program involving machine learning and data analytics might look like in the future. So why do we need these new technologies? Well, the UK horticultural industry faces a range of issues at the moment. And just to name a few, you've got things like regulatory pressures that are taking away some of the systemic conventional chemistry that was relied upon in the past to solve an issue when things went wrong, which means that there's more focus on IPM, which is obviously a good thing and can be very effective, but a lot of those products require certain environmental conditions, pest and disease life cycle stages, crop development stages to work effectively. So it's a very knowledge intensive system, and often in the heat of the season, things can be missed. So having technology that informs a grower, helps them make a decision, is going to be really important. But alongside things like that, there's the skills gap, and that goes for both growers and agronomists. It's generally an industry that's perhaps skewed slightly towards the older end, and there's a lot of experience there, and a lot of young people would really benefit from having that experience put into some kind of system where it can help inform them in their decision making. So maybe you've got a very skilled grower who's got a very good eye for spotting things in the crop. If you can try and take that skill, put it into some kind of machine, whether it's a camera system that can then spot the disease as effectively, and use that to aid the younger, less experienced person coming into the industry, that's going to mean that they can grow the crop effectively. Increased disease and pest risk. So see, that's kind of linked to climate change. It would be temperatures getting warmer, being more humid, leads to higher disease potential, but also invasive species that are coming across, becoming more of an issue. But again, linked to the earlier point made, the loss of a lot of chemistry that would have controlled pests and often controlled some of the minor pests we didn't really have to think about incidentally is being lost. So you're seeing more issues with various midges, various flies that are becoming more of an issue that are difficult to control, especially with biopesticides. They're very difficult to hit, but also there's not been macrobiologicals as focused on to actually control those issues. So we're seeing lots of pest and disease issues that perhaps weren't as much of an issue becoming more and more of an issue. And all of that's compounded, of course, by retailer demands driven by the consumer for lower residues, more sustainably produced crops. If you're going to do that, you need to make sure that the products you're applying are applied absolutely at the optimum time, and you're doing all you can from a cultural and hygiene point of view to minimise the risk of these things coming in. And if you can use data sets to improve that performance, whether it's 1%, 2%, 5%, it's all going to add up in the end to mean that you're growing a crop overall that's matching the kind of quality you might have been getting before with the use of systemic chemistry. Or if a new person's coming into the business, you can translate that knowledge down to them to improve their actions as well. So what kind of systems are out there for growers to use that they can start implementing on their site to improve their programs? Well, I think a lot of growers will be familiar with camera systems, whether they're hyperspectral, multispectral, or just image recognition. These can be used for, especially in the case of hyperspectral, spotting diseases pre-symptomatically. So if you can spot them before the human eye can, then you can start implementing crop protection protocols that will control the disease quite effectively. Environmental data, obviously that's one pretty much everyone will be familiar with, whether that's crop level microclimate data from remote IoT sensors, glasshouse sensors, or even weather data. All of that's extremely useful if you've got data sets that have led to outcomes like pest or disease issues, and you've got that environmental data. We can look across that, see what potential triggers there may have been, and then use that environmental data as well to see what kind of risk potentially growers are at of developing diseases, for example, that are linked to leaf wetness. Plant level data, so with that I'm kind of thinking of sensors like the sensors that you'd get from 2Grow, where they're looking at sap flow and stem diameter, so essentially measuring how hard the plant's working over the course of the day. Really interesting data sets for looking at how well the crop's recovering. If you've got that good recovery, there should be properly translocated nutrients around the plant, healthier crop, meaning it's less susceptible to pests and diseases. But also sensors like vital signs, electrophysiology sensor or electrochemical sensor that measures the electrical current through the plant as it's growing, but also if it's getting infected with diseases or pests are coming onto the crop. There's actual certain signatures that the plant will give off that can be spotted by these sensors that can give you a really, really early recognition point for when you've got issues. And then other data sets. So if I move on to the next slide. So there's quite a wide range of data sets that growers collect that aren't collected by sensors per se, they're collected by the person themselves. So this is a schematic that we kind of drew up internally a while ago, looking at all the kind of different data sets that growers are collecting manually. So whether it's things like pest data, disease data, when, where, what the frequency was, how severe it is, whether or not it's actually an issue for the crop development data, inputs like irrigation, nutrition, crop protection, within that what the application form was, crop management data around whether the crop's moved, whether or not it's pruned or anything like that, or potted on. So there's lots of different individual data sets that growers potentially are collecting. A lot of those might end up in Excel spreadsheets or just written down somewhere, but actually all of those data sets could be potentially quite useful when it comes to machine learning. So when we've got all of those data sets we looked at in the previous slide, whether it's camera data, environmental, weather data, plant level data, when it's paired alongside data sets like these as well, the manual data sets that are coming in, pest disease, crop development, all of those can be merged together and we can start looking at patterns, start looking at triggers that have potentially led to issues. So was it that there was a over irrigation at a certain point, or maybe the crop management wasn't properly done, so actually you should have been going in there and trying to prune slightly earlier so that you're reducing down the humidity so you're at less risk of diseases coming into the crop. they're all data sets that can be put together to give us more information and hopefully give us new, improved insights. So within the system, what would the requirements of it be? Well, I kind of like to think of it as there being 4 points. So prediction, so helping growers predict when certain issues are going to arise. Diagnosis of what those issues are, so that's kind of quite focused often around the camera side of things. So giving a diagnosis of what the disease is, because then we can start looking at treatments. Obviously with prediction, quite a lot of similar data sets are going to lead to issues. So generally as it starts getting warmer, you start seeing all the different pests coming out. As it starts getting more humid, you start seeing a lot of diseases come out. So you then need that diagnostics level where actually you're seeing that you've had this data set and then you've got this issue. IPM input, so it's one thing to kind of say, here's the issue we think you're going to have, here it is, deal with it. What would be a layer better would be if then the system speaks to potential IPM inputs and says you could potentially use this product. And then ultimately application. And obviously labour is a really key issue amongst many of our growers at the moment. So if we can take that step away as well, whether that's through potentially fogging or autonomous spraying, obviously that's kind of a way down the road at the moment. And there's quite a lot of issues around, especially autonomous spraying and variable rate spraying, with getting products registered and getting that use on the label or on EMU. But a whole system, say, 5-10 years down the line, should be doing all of these things so that a grower can look and see, what is suggested, but everything be done autonomously for them to take it out of their hands. So I just thought I'd touch on a kind of case study of how we've used some data sets over the past couple of years with growers, just to kind of give you a flavour of the kind of thing that can be done definitely at the moment, and then also touch on ways that it could be improved and hopefully will be improved in the coming years. So this has been done in a soft fruit crop, strawberries. So thrips, obviously a big issue across a range of different crops, various different species causing issues. Within this particular case study, it was Western flower thrips that was the main issue. And what we were looking at is a justification of when we apply certain biological controls. So within quite a large strawberry farm, if you're applying your biocontrol, then you're going to be applying quite a lot and it's going to be quite costly, and you need to have a justification to apply it. And generally with the biocontrols, they're going to work best if they're applied not too preventatively, but before it becomes an issue. So it might be before you're really spotting it that regularly in the crop. You need to get that biocontrol population established so that when the thrips numbers do start to increase, you've then got that biological population there ready to go, start predating to keep on top of the issue. So what did we use data-wise? Well, we were using remote sensors in the shape of 30 megahertz sensors. So there's a few there in some different cane and soft fruit crops, but you're going to get the point of what we were looking at. So sensors right in the crop, giving us a crop level data set. Sensing arms as well, giving us things like leaf temperature. So from that, we've also got metrics like VPD. We used a lot of that data, especially late on in the season, looking at things like botrytis risk. Within this case study as well, we were pulling in weather data. So obviously we were looking really at thrips coming into the crop, so we needed that weather data as well to run alongside the remote sensing data to see what the biologicals would look like in the polytunnel. And then we're also using the crop walk data from the grower. So the grower was sending us across their spreadsheets for crop walking, and we were copy and pasting it into the system so we could compare side by side the environmental data and the crop walk data, so we could start seeing when the pest was becoming an issue and figuring out what was leading up to that issue. So this is the kind of graph that was created. So this is looking at the 2020 season. So in our old strategy, in terms of the introduction of the biological control, the grower was waiting until they saw it become an issue. So within the graph there, you've got the pink bars that are the average daily temperature, and then the blue bars, which are the thrips counts on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being something around the crop, 5 being a serious economic issue. So you see just after April they start spotting thrips in the crop, and then they wait until they're starting to see it become an issue and then applying the biocontrols. So the first thrips was in the crop at a GDH of 3,150. So GDH is growing degree hours, and within that we've taken off the base threshold development temperature for Western flower thrips from a literature review. So what would have been ideal would have been if we could establish the biological controls just before that GDH, so that when we start seeing the thrips come into the crop, we've then got a population established and can start predating, as explained in the previous slide. So what did we do? Well, we created this thrips prediction widget. So this is giving you that prediction side that we mentioned earlier. This is counting up GDH with that threshold taken off and moving towards that yellow dotted line that you see. So we've got the GDH from the previous season's data, that's set in there as the threshold line, and we'll be looking to apply our biological controls as we're getting towards that line, so we can establish that population and start getting control. You'll notice on the graph as well there's a line that says now, so because we're taking this from some weather data, we've got a forecast in there as well to see what the likely temperatures are going to be in the coming days. That's important and was especially important in the 2021 season because we had some relatively hot days but then a very, very cold April. So if we were to have applied the biocontrols too early without knowing what that temperature was going to be in the coming weeks, we might have put them in, they would have sat around for quite a while preventatively, and some of them would have made it through, of course, but it wouldn't have been the ideal situation to apply them. And again, as mentioned earlier, it's all about optimizing these processes. Okay, so how could we improve on that kind of system that we've built? Well, the growers within the case study were using it in 2021, and they'll continue using it, and they're finding that it's quite effective in terms of giving them some confidence in when to apply these products. And they're actually using it for a range of different biological inputs as well as biopesticides and even their conventional chemistry. Their crop protection teams are looking at the data set to ensure that they've got good justification for using these products, especially with systemic chemistry. If they've got residue targets they're trying to hit for the retailer, or they've got limited numbers of application, they need to make sure they're using those products at the right time. In terms of how it can keep being improved, so obviously with machine learning, it's continuously looking across what it's the data that's being put into the system and trying to improve. So see, with long cycle crops, it takes quite a while in terms of if you don't have the issue at the set threshold you're seeing. But if we see that happen, we can look at what other data sets can be integrated and try and understand why it was that we didn't see it one year compared to another year. See, because there's that constant improvement on the model that's running on the grower system, it becomes more and more specific to their individual site. So obviously a lot of the models we have at the moment are quite general, and depending on where you're based around the UK or the growing system that you have or the quality of glass or the quality of tunnel, it's going to vary from grower to grower. So we have that kind of predictive element with the environmental data, and that's only ever going to indicate risk. It's relatively good, especially with insects that are firmly driven and diseases that are quite humidity dependent and temperature dependent. But the use of camera systems within this crop in particular would be very useful. There's obviously a range of things that camera systems can do, especially in strawberry crops, whether it's flower counts, looking at end yield. But if you could also have that camera looking for pest and disease issues, and initially, it might not need to be so specific that it's telling you, right, you've got thrips exactly there, but it might be that it's doing some kind of green leaf index calculation and it's saying, well, actually, there's an area down there in that tunnel that's quite different from the rest of the crop, so it's worthwhile going down and checking what's going on down there. That could give us confidence on when we're first seeing that infestation and where. And then ultimately the use of some other sensors like electrochemical sensors, that will improve the model. That's maybe more of a kind of a researchy side of things. The electrochemical sensors, they are quite sensitive, but it would be really useful in terms of when developing systems like this, getting a really early indication of when you've got that infection and being able to go and see what the issue is and tie it back to the environmental data. So within a effective system that's integrating in machine learning and data analytics, it should involve prediction, telling growers when they're at risk and how they can try and mitigate against that risk. And, that shouldn't just be looking at what products, it should be what cultural and hygiene controls can be put in place to reduce down the risk. Diagnosis of the issue, so that's difficult to do from environmental data really accurately, but definitely from camera data that's going to be more and more of a use going forward. IPM inputs, so actually once you know what the issue is, the system should be talking to and cross-referencing against databases like the CRD, pesticide approval database, your ChemStore database, to see what products you've got that are used can match that crop, and generating a report. I think initially that's how it's going to be. It's going to generate a report rather than saying straight away, take this product, put it in the sprayer and go spray. It will generate a report and say, here are the products you could use. And that can be used to inform your agronomist, inform ordering, and just putting together a spray program for your crop protection team to use. So that completes the slides that I have. It was a relatively whistle-stop tour of a potential system and a setup that growers might use in the future. See if you've got any questions, do get in touch. Although these sensors aren't kind of packaged together as a holistic sensor at the moment, a holistic system even, there are all of these sensors available and out there. So, if you want any more information on these and how you can integrate them in, then do please get in touch. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ant. That's very informative. Have we got any questions? I'll just have a quick. Well, there's one here from Catherine Smethurst, and I don't know if you can see it, Ant, in the questions and answers button, if you want to read it.
Yeah, I've just got it open.
So I'll just read it out while you're having a read.
Yeah,
the question was, are you aware that there is a beta test API available from Priva, which is looking at climate data coming from Priva systems and integrating it all? Which was going to be a question I was going to ask you was, do all the various sensors, do they talk to each other without too much trouble, or is it like Microsoft and Macs where things just don't ever talk to each other?
Yeah, it's I guess yes and no is the answer. So I'm aware of the Priva integration. We've got a few growers that have their Priva systems integrated onto Zenzi. A lot of the systems do talk to each other, but then there's some that don't, and also some that are legacy systems as such that don't have the capability to talk to any other system. And I think definitely one of the things that found in the last year or two is that growers are getting more and more frustrated by new systems that are coming out that potentially do have the capability, but it's not as open and as easy as it should be. So I know, and it does get easier over time. Some of the initial integrations that we did with various climate control systems and Zenzi took quite a long time. They're all over the air, so it's not as kind of labor intensive as it might be for a kind of physical update, but it's not as quick and seamless as it should be. And ultimately growers can get more value from all of their systems talking to each other, and actually the individual systems provider should be able to get more value out of their system if they can talk to other remote sensors or some of the camera systems that David was talking about earlier. So it's definitely improving. And yeah, I'm aware of the Priva API.
There is another question there, if you want to read it, just above Catherine's.
Yeah, is the analysis or pest issue reliant on input of expert agronomists, or do you see the development of software to analyze and integrate the data sets? So the input in the case study is based off of two different agronomists that are walking the strawberry crop, and also the in-house agronomy team at the specific farm. I think the way it's going to work as the systems get better and better is you essentially leverage the skill of a single agronomist over a greater number of sites. So as I kind of alluded to at the beginning, the skills gap is increasing, but we'll always need that expert human eye and expert grower eye to feed back into the systems. The systems can get really, really good, but there'll be things that it won't understand initially. Maybe the first time you have to tell it, and then it will start improving, but you'll always need a human eye. And also I think it's important that there's an agronomist or someone supporting the grower there to talk to them face to face about what the data is saying, what information that is, and what insight you can get from that. I think one of the issues with just data for the sake of data is it kind of piles into growers, especially in the heat of the season, and they can't really do much with it. What's important is that there's kind of a digital agronomist as it is that would look at the data, interpret that, compare it to what potential solutions there are on the market, and then integrate that into their IPM program or crop development program. So it's kind of a data-driven decision by the agronomist.
So just come back to the sensors, are they basically all Bluetooth? Do they talk to themselves that way? Or is it?
Yes, there's the range of different communications protocols that work best in different environments. So the sensors in the case study are 30 megahertz sensors, which work off of radio signal and then your internet connection. So there's essentially a central hub that the radio signal is beaming to, and then it connects to your internet via either Ethernet or 3G, and it's sent to the cloud. But there's also what are known as LP WAN networks, things like Sigfox, which are infrastructures that have been built for other systems that growers can potentially connect into, and those will send the data onto that network, and then it will be presented via some kind of portal. So that's potentially a good option for some of the larger area growers. With glass houses, you've always got a bit of a difficulty in the fact that it's a kind of large metal structure, and in pack houses and cold stores it's even worse. So sometimes you need that internal infrastructure beaming back somewhere rather than just using the cloud, as it were. But equally, as things like 5G get stronger, you can potentially use that. But then there's going to be issues, as there is with any of the general networks, in how good the coverage is in rural areas.
So the system that you put together, was there a cost? Was the customer charged for it, or was this just a test?
Yeah, so the actual system, the growers have a lot of the sensors in for other things anyway. So the soft fruit growers, they initially started off with quite a large infrastructure of just temperature humidity sensors within their cold stores, looking at chill hours and also for just monitoring storage. And then they saw that they could use the same infrastructure to also measure environmental conditions in their low-tech polytunnels. So I appreciate a lot of the growers in this conference will probably have glass houses that have a climate control system in them, be them Preva or Hugendorn. So they have that data, but then some of the lower tech polytunnel situations might not have those internal sensors. You can put remote sensors out there. And these growers initially were using the sensors mainly for forecasting yield and managing labor and so forth for picking. But it's the same data set that's going to be used for managing pest and disease issues. So data should never be for this sort of one thing that's just solving one issue. There's lots of different ways you can look at it, which is why it's also really important for growers to be, and companies that are offering solutions to be sharing this data with various people that can add insight to it. So I'm coming at it from a pest and disease perspective, but then one of their other agronomists that's looking more at kind of yield and quality can come at it from that perspective. The people they're working on with fertilizers and nutrition can come at it from that perspective, and then the guys managing the labor can come at it from that perspective. So there's lots of different ways that the data can work for the grower.
Yeah, and I can't see any other questions. So just one final question on the thrips. Do they think the thrips were overwintering in the polytunnel and then coming out of hibernation, or did they think they had flown in from outside?
In that case study, it's going to be a mix of the two across the different sites, but within those tunnels, we'd actually installed fresh polythene on the ground over the winter anyway. So any that would have been in the soil, they would have been, some of them would have got out, but most of them would have been trapped underneath the polythene. But equally, it's a very large strawberry farm, and they only did that initially on a few tunnels. So they'll be coming in from hedgerows and doubtlessly also overwintering in the ground beneath the strawberries.
Well, thank you for that, man. That's a very interesting talk. And we'll move on now to the Autonomous Greenhouse Challenge with Max. Max works for Delphi, a large Dutch-based global company offering worldwide expertise of fruit and flowers. It's well worth looking on their website. I didn't realize quite how huge they were and how far they spread around the world. Delphi were involved in the autonomous greenhouse challenge, so hopefully Matt can reveal how the human growers compared with the AI growers when they're trying to grow a crop. So over to you, Max.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you, Max, yep.
Okay. Then I will start sharing the screen. So this would work, I think. You see the screen, right?
Yeah, we can see it now, Max.
Perfect. Okay, well, I was asked to give a short presentation about the Autonomous Greenhouse Challenge. And I will put it in a bit of a wider picture of autonomous growing. Yeah, my name is Max van der Hemel and I'm working for Delphi Digital, which I will quickly introduce. Yeah, so Max van der Hemel and I'm a cultivation engineer in Delphi Digital. So that's a specific team within Delphi. You can also see it as a kind of a small startup within the company that focuses on digitalization. And my focus area is greenhouse vegetables. And I have my background in biosystems engineering in Wageningen University and research in the Netherlands. And after that, I started working for Delphi. So that's very short me. For the people who don't know Delphi, also one page about Delphi. As you introduced, we stand for Worldwide Expertise for Food and Flowers. And we do basically two things, knowledge development and knowledge implementation. And you see that on this nice circle, that we do not do those things alone, but there are also partners involved that help us in this part. Yeah, we have a lot of independent experts in the company, about 250 employees, around 180 approximately are based in the Netherlands and 70 of them are based in foreign countries, for example, also in the UK. And the main activities we do are we give a lot of advice, we give trainings, we do research at several locations, and we also develop and initiate and lead several international projects. So we are quite active in that field. Now then, one part about my team, Delphi Digital, a specific team that focuses completely on digitalization in agriculture. And we define digitalization as a combination of three factors, these three circles which I presented here. So we have domain knowledge, which are the growers, for example, and also the crop consultants. We have data science and we have software development. And these three things combined together will give us digitalization. Well, our team consists of basically three kind of employees, cultivation engineers. I have one of them, but I have two more colleagues in this role. We have software developers and we also have a data scientist working in our team. And last but not least, we are situated or located in Blijswijk, which is in the Netherlands. Maybe you know this place, but this is also the research location of greenhouse horticulture. So the question is, why digitalization of cultivation management? Because that's what we do in Delphi Digital. We see there's more and more demand for food and flowers, while on the other hand, less green knowledge is available. And we believe that digitalization can make this knowledge scalable. Well, I put two pictures on this slide. I think this story is known, that we know that the world population is growing, but I'm not sure if this is completely aware for everyone, that the age distribution of the growers in the European Union, and you see that the highest peak are the growers which are older than 65, sorry. So that means that there's a lot of older people which are currently the growers. They have experience, but if they leave, the experience should be transferred to the newer generations. Besides these things, there are some extra benefits because based on data, you can make objective choices and it's easier to balance costs and benefits. And also you are less dependent, or there are less human errors involved in the process. And what is also nice with digitalization is that there's 24/7 optimization based on the plant, because the computers will not sleep during the night, or they will not have celebrating a weekend or holidays. So they operate 24/7. So this was also the start of why the Autonomous Greenhouse Challenge was initiated. And the first one was already almost 4 or 3.5 years ago in 2018, where we as Delphi participated with the team called the Cropparators, a very creative name. And this challenge was with cucumbers, as you can see here. And for the people who don't know, the Autonomous Greenhouse Challenge was an initiative from Tencent, from China, Microsoft and Intel, and also the Wageningen University was involved. And the nice thing about this challenge, that was the first thing ever in this situation, is that as a result, one of the 5 teams beated the Dutch growers, and the Dutch growers were very experienced. So without any knowledge, in 2018 already one of the 5 teams could beat the standard growers, or the advanced growers, I need to say. Because it was so successful, the organization decided to create a new challenge, which was a year later. And we as Delphi participated again. They changed the crop. So we also changed the name to Automators. And we worked together with the company 30 megahertz. I also saw it in the previous presentation. And we worked again to improve our existing models in this challenge. And a very nice result of this challenge was that 5 out of 5 beat the Dutch growers. So in 1 year time, from 1 team till 5 teams that beat the Dutch growers. So that means that there's a lot of potential in this autonomous growing. And they even decided to continue again. The Autonomous Greenhouse Challenge is continuing also this year. They again changed the crop to lettuce in this case. Here you see the timeline. They did a lot of pre-competitions. They organized a hackathon, and the growing experiment was able to start. Well, I was looking this morning and I saw in my mailbox this article. Sorry, it's in Dutch, but it means that they just sown the little lettuce plants because they are ready for the real AI experiment. So I'm very curious what will be the results this time. So I think if you follow the news, you will see the results. So this was a little bit the 3 challenges which are going, and I also wanted to put it a little bit more in perspective, because I want to present what is our vision on this. And we all know that this is the traditional crop management. So you observe something, and based on your experience and feeling, you interpret that, and that's most of the time subjective, and you decide upon some actions. Well, we think that we can do the same logic as a human is doing, but then digitalize this whole process. And we call that green digitalization. So that's the thinking and the DNA of the grower. And that means that every block you can change with some digital tools or hardware. In this case, the observation by the grower you can replace by sensors and data. I think the previous presenter also presented a lot of sensors that produce data. And then here's the brain of the grower, because there needs to be several algorithms and artificial intelligence that can translate this into actions. And these actions can be presented to either robotics, but also some autonomous systems that can operate the greenhouse. Let's say you put some set points in the climate computer. So we go from the traditional crop management, we go to a more digitalized way of doing it. And the question is then, how how we are going to approach it, and therefore we use the method of management in itself. All management is related to this circle: plan, do, check, act. And we are trying to fill the circle for everything what is going on into the greenhouse. So first of all, you need to start with a plan. If you don't have a plan, you will you cannot evaluate what you are doing. So you start with the plan, and then in the do, you can automate what is needed. So if there's really a need for automation, you can do it. In the check, you're going to monitor your crop and your climate. So you're going to check, am I still on plan? And with the act, you can give feedback back to your plan and adjust if needed. So in this circle, we believe that we can fill the whole greenhouse management. And I have an example of it, what we already have available. For example, let's say you want to manage your cultivation, planning, your greenhouse climate, and the crop actions. We have already several QMS programs, which stands for Quality Management System, that you can make a cultivation planning. So we have it, for example, for cucumber, for tomato, but we also have it for chrysanthemum, and we are expanding our portfolio in that sense. So when you start with a plan, you can do some automation, and we have, for example, a crop profiler that can that profiles certain climate figures throughout the day, and if you push that to the climate control, it will put it into the greenhouse or in the climate computer. We can also give some hints and advice on what crop actions need to be taken. Well, in the check, we have a lot of climate sensors available. We're using the weather forecast, and we have crop registration by a human, and even in the future, we can do that with vision technology. And then the whole thing is that you feedback everything what you measure back to your plan. And then this system iterates, and then if you have everything filled up, then you are into autonomous greenhouse management. Well, to visualize it a bit more, this is a screenshot of our QMS tomato program, for example. So you start to plan your whole cultivation before you even planted the cultivation, because then you're going to think, what should I do with fruit pruning? How many stems do I need? And if I have enough light for my plan. So once you are satisfied with your plan, you can start to configure the climate profiler. That's what you see here in another screenshot. Here it will give some profiles for light, for temperature, CO2, and humidity. And this is an AI-based model. So based on a trained model, it will give an advice on what is the optimal profile to realize today based on the weather forecast that we know. And we also have here then the climate controller, because after this model, there can be some set points calculated and sent to the climate computer. In the check version, we have a lot of sensors, what we can put into the greenhouse, but we use the platform of 30 megahertz to bring all the data together at one central place and to monitor on distance what is going on. And I think that's a very important one, because here you can manage your climate, but also you can put your crop registrations in it. And then the most important step is indeed that you are going to feedback everything back to your plan and check if you need to adjust some things in your strategy. So this was, I think, very quickly the autonomous greenhouse challenge and our vision towards autonomous growing. All these models are already commercially available, and we are using it in several projects. And we hope to expand it even more in the future. Well, this is another representation of what I previously mentioned. The thing is, you have first on a strategical level, you define your crop strategy. On a tactical level, you have some profilers. And for example, the climate profiler will draw up some profiles for the day. And in operational level, you give the operational controller the freedom to create set points and actions that go into the greenhouse. And here's some sensor data fed back in a direct feedback loop, and here's the crop development that goes back into the crop strategy. It's a bit of another representation of what I previously mentioned. So if you want to know more, you can contact me. And I also have put a nice video here if you want to know more about me and about Delphi. That was it, I think.
That's right, Max. It should be worth saying that in the challenge, the AI teams are not allowed in the greenhouse, are they?
No, they are not allowed to come inside the greenhouse. There were some employees of, I think, of the Wageningen University that were allowed to go in to do the labor management. But you only get the registration from them. So you need to instruct the labor what to measure. And as a team, you were not able to go in. You were not even able to see the plants.
And it's interesting, actually, the human growers were actually very good growers, and they didn't do anything wrong, did they? It was just the AI caught up very quickly.
Yeah, so of course, it's a bit more of an, they think they did very well, and I think they did, but the AI teams did it as well. So I think it gives a very good idea of what we already can do with the data and AI.
And then actually with COVID, it doesn't mean that you could actually remotely control your greenhouse if you were isolating, wouldn't it? So actually the pandemic has sort of proved that AI could do a really good job.
Exactly, and that's also what we experience in our daily job. Yeah, these models can operate greenhouses in Japan and also in America, so that's no problem.
Right, so we've got a question from one of the attendees. Was the crop improvement possible in yield? If you want to, there was just, I will say, there was a various strategies developed by the team. Not everybody went the same way, did they? So, but the yield was part of the market.
Yeah, so the assessment was done on several things. So not everything was judged on the yield. It was also your usage of your resources, but also the creativity of the AI. And I think also, yeah, the revenues, I think, were also one of these, yield and also quality. And then the total picture resulted into the total assessment. And I'm not completely sure by head how was the division between everything, but I think you can find that online as well in one of the publications.
Yeah, so I have put a link onto chat to the actual autonomous greenhouse website.
So what is maybe good to stress is that because that can be sometimes a misconception, AI doesn't necessarily give you extra yield or something. It is just a way to automate what is currently being done. That's the current status, and for sure we can improve. But I think also one of the target groups we are also looking at is just to give them a stable production and a secure production, and not always the most optimum yield which is possible.
Yeah, and it's interesting that in the first one it was Microsoft and Tencent, which are really big players in AI, had actually come in to have a look at this market, wasn't it?
Sometimes it's also good, it's also a benefit if you do not have a lot of experience and knowledge in this sector, because then you can really think out of the box, etc. So yeah.
And then we have another question of can carbon zero be used as a measure of AI control success? So could you use AI to look at the carbon inputs and controlling it?
So Nida, do I understand it as carbon neutral, or?
Well, I think carbon zero is almost impossible. I think carbon neutral is more likely, isn't it?
Yeah, you see a lot of new studies are coming on at this moment. A lot of research is done on, yeah, how can we how can we use the CO2 we have available as efficient as possible? And I think there will be some quite new interesting insights in towards the future, because yeah, CO2 is at some places very scarce. Then you need to be as efficient as possible, and I think it could be one of the AI challenges to do that.
Yeah, one of the strategies did focus on CO2 levels as a kind of control, didn't they? I think in one of them. So it's worth looking at the results, because there was quite a lot of different ways of getting to the same. But
yeah, CO2 is becoming a hot topic. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways of getting there, but they actually ended up quite close, some of them.
Yes.
And then there was a part of it was about using resources sustainability, and some scored better on sustainability than others.
Mm-hmm.
But it is interesting that actually the AI within 2 crops has caught up and actually progressed so fast.
Yeah.
Do you think that's down to sensors? Is that better sensors as well as better AI?
Yeah, sensors can give you data, but data in itself is nothing. You need to transfer it into information, and that's the most tricky part.
Yeah, well, that's interesting, isn't it, as to how they commercialize the AI, isn't it? Because somebody has got some valuable commodity there. What do you think they'll do with it? Will it be sold as a subscription or a service, or?
I think I'm not completely sure, but I think it will just be a kind of a license or something that you can use the models in that sense.
So that AI will be protected by a trademark or licensing, I presume.
Oh, and then that's something I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
So the thing to take from this is that technology is moving really fast, isn't it? So we have abilities to do things now that we probably didn't have 10 years ago. So I'd like to thank Max for his presentation, and I would advise you to look at a YouTube video and have a look at the Autonomous Greenhouse Challenge, because if you think that technology isn't coming over the hill and going to overtake us, you need to really look into it. And then I would say that really in horticulture, we're a bit behind in technology. If you look at the farming industry, we are in a dairy area here. There's an awful lot of robotic dairy milking parlors around here where the actual farmer input is really quite low, and the cows do a lot of the work themselves. And now a lot of contractors are planting and spraying with GPS and using minimal chemicals. So I think actually horticulture has fallen a little bit behind, especially in the UK, on some of the technology that is out there. So thank you very much, Max, for that. And
yes, thank you.
Have we got any more questions? I see there's a third one there. Let me just have a quick look, Max, before you leave. Right, so this is one from Colin. We grow relatively small numbers of a wide range of crops in greenhouses. How can AI help us with this?
We grow relatively small numbers of, right?
Yeah.
You mean in the ornamentals, or?
In ornamentals, yeah. So in the British market, we tend not to do monocropping. We tend to have 5 or 6 different varieties or different crops in a greenhouse.
Yeah, I think there are possibilities. My focus area is more on the greenhouse vegetables, so tomato and cucumber. But I'm sure I have colleagues that can that have more experience in the potted plants and the bedding plants, for example, because we are also setting up some pilots and etc. Over there in the Netherlands, for example.
Yeah, it's interesting because with potted plants you can get 5, 6 crops a year, can't you? So you could learn really quickly.
Yeah, that's true. That's a bit more complicated, I think, than one crop at a time.
Yeah. But with 5 or 6 different batches, you could really learn the crop really quickly. You wouldn't have to wait for years.
Yeah, that's the same, for example, with lettuce. The production cycle is way quicker. So the AI can learn more.
Faster.
That's the benefit of the drawback of tomato. You have to wait 1 year for the full cycle.
Yeah, I think anybody who grows poinsettias will realize that you only learn something every year and don't learn everything all the time.
Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you very much for that, Max. And we'll keep the links on the website. And
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
Right, so I am just going to share my screen now. So the final bit of the conference is just to say that we've been trying to make the BPOA slightly more accessible. So we've had a redevelopment of the website. So it's at a slightly different address, which we'll share at the end. And the idea is that we can hopefully get information back and forward between you. So this will be the home page with links to all the different things. And we really want you to probably register. If you've registered before, you need to register again, because most of the passwords and emails we can't actually move over. The whole point of having the website is that we can actually put information on and off rather quickly. So we want to sort of events will be here. So the conference is on here, but we'll have a list of all the events that are coming up. There will be a save the date as well, which will be a calendar with all the events that we have that are due. So you'd have the conference, a few management meetings. So if you're not sure what we're doing, that'd be a good place to start. We want the BPOA to be more involved with the members. So we put a marketplace on where you could actually sell things if you wanted to. So for instance, we're thinking possibly job. So might be something that you want to put on. So if you had a vacancy on your nursery, or you were somebody working in a nursery who wanted to change of career, if you tell us, we'll just put it up onto the job market, and people will be able to contact you through the website. We also thought there may be things lying about in your nursery that you want to get rid of. So we have put a marketplace on where you could sell pots, machinery, surplus plants, or anything. And the idea is you just use the contact form at the bottom to send us what you want, and it'll just appear into the marketplace as well. But probably the biggest change that we've made is into the technical groups. So we want more interaction with our members. So we've split what was the original technical committee down into slightly smaller groups so that we can really focus down. And following on from Susanna's message this morning, it was just get on and do something. We don't want it to be just a talking shop. We want them to actually do things. So perhaps in the crop protection group, we're looking at trying to help Joanna write her emus. We want to have a kind of reference of growers. So if she was looking at an emu for particular plants, you could actually just talk to people and find out what you're actually looking for on that particular emu. Because otherwise she's doing it blind. We also think that this group could evaluate new products and do maybe some research, and perhaps in the future do a pest and disease alert service like Ant was talking about, based on temperatures, or actually a system that would do that. You've heard from John all the problems with energy. We'd quite like the energy group to look at maybe energy saving and controls, which is already there, but also look at some new technology. We are aware that there are kind of closed greenhouse technologies that are coming along. We've also heard that ground source and air source heat pumps, you need a bit of careful calculation because they use a lot of electric. The growing media group, they definitely got plenty to talk about as we move to peat free. The main thing we want from them really is that we need some evidence for peat exemption. Most of our propagators are telling us that they really need to use peat for propagation. So as part of the consultation, we really need to make sure that we put some evidence forward to DEFRA to say that we need to preserve peat as a propagating material, or a portion of peat for propagating. And then David told us a lot about labour saving and automation that's coming over the hill, the future. So we'd quite like to support him with the automation, and looking forward to that kind. And actually, the BPOA have already done a lot of promotions, and we would really like your help in trying to get this supported as well. So with the promotions, we've got a long history of actually doing things at flower shows and promotional events. But the main one now is really the Floral Fantasia at Hyde Hall, created by Peter Seabrook through his sheer energy and force. And the BPOA are really committed to keeping this going. And as Derek said before, we want to spread it around the other RHS sites if possible. So if you're interested in getting the promotions going, please contact us. We're also looking at problems possibly in the propagation, which is the peak free. And I think the sustainability, I think we've realized from Susanna's talk that really this is an important topic, and sustainability affects all of us across the industry. So it'd be really good to try and get a view or even a consensus. The problem with sustainability is it seems to be media-led and not evidence-led. So it'd be really good to get some evidence. Some of us remember polystyrene bedding trays as being the solution until we found out that nobody would recycle them. So it's very easy to be taken down a dead end with sustainability. The other one is local groups, which Derek did mention. We have been very lucky in the Northwest to run a group for quite a long time now. And it's always been really helpful and really successful. So we'd like to spread that around the country if possible. Chris is talking about getting this southern group going. I'm pretty sure there's no reason why we can't get an east of England and a Midland group going. So the BPOA is here to help you. With Coral and Rachel, we have the facilities to help you organise, facilitate and get meetings going. But perhaps the more important one is we want to focus in on some crops. So bedding plants, we'd quite like to get an autumn crop group going to maybe test varieties. Probably have a technical day in the autumn to look at problems that might be occurring, pests and diseases. We have a spring crop one. We had a conference in 2021 where two speakers actually told us how complicated the nutrients, handling nutrients and feeding over the winter was. And as part of that, we started up the Primrose Monitoring Scheme, and we've already seen some interesting results in that. So we'd quite like to have a spring crop group, which Mike Smith at WH Smith is going to probably with Milena take over, and we're going to try and have a technical day in March every year where we can evaluate the spring crops, and we'd quite like to bring new crops in as well. We can't just keep carrying on selling primroses, violas and pansies. There must be other things that we could bring in. Summer crops, there's an endless amount of summer crops that we could look at. Perhaps the one that shows us that we're doing the right thing is the poinsettia group. The poinsettia group has been really active for years. Funded by HDB, we've done trials and research, and now with the HDB going, the poinsettia group have taken it upon themselves to actually look at funding it themselves and running it as in a small membership type group. So I think the poinsettia group shows us the way forward, that these little groups could actually just get on and do things. And finally, we've persuaded Harry Kitchener to run the houseplants and group for us. So houseplants were massive in the 1980s in England. It'd be good to try and think that we could bring them back a bit more. So with Harry's guidance, we're hoping to get that group up and going. So the idea is that you would just take which groups you're interested in, and then we'll get little chairman groups and have mini meetings and actually get on and decide to do something. That's what we're trying to do anyways. And so what I say to you is Coral is going to share the website address for the new website. We've left the old homegrown website going, so they'll be running them both together for a while. And really, we just want you to get involved. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask them now. If not, I will pass back over to Derek to finish the conference.
Yeah, I can't get the video to work because the host has stopped it.
Right, I've got it going now. Right, Derek, it's over to you if you want.
Right, I'm back again. Well, I'm just going to summarise up by saying a few thank yous. I'm going to start with the speakers, to Susanna, to Phil, to John, to Judith, to Dr. Bart, to Derek, David, and to Max. Whilst I can't agree with all of the speakers, in particular, Judith, I spoke to one of her colleagues following a meeting which Robin kindly arranged up in the Northwest, and I was told that with the low-hanging fruit, and therefore easy to pick off in terms of climate change and carbon savings. So I think we're seen as an easy touch, and we need to stand up as an industry to the government, not to keep peat, but to manage the reduction of peat in a controlled manner, not a tomorrow basis. And obviously, Derek, I sometimes I'm baffled why the APHA seem to find that employing as many inspectors as they can manage and then sending the bill to the industry is good practice. It needs to be based upon risk. And we have a government which seems to be based upon high taxation and high bureaucracy. What's gone wrong with this government? Anyway, less of my moanings. I need to obviously thank a big thank you to Robin and to Chris for chairing this meeting correctly. Obviously, Robin kept to his time, Chris caught up time, and I was very carefully lost time. So they've put a lot of effort into this meeting. They've done a brilliant job, and I've got sincere thank you to both of those. I need to thank James, the previous chairman, and obviously Simon Davenport, the previous secretariat, both who worked very hard for this organisation and for you, the members. We've got two young ladies, Coral and Rachel, who've run this meeting to perfection. They're in the background. They're supporting the BPOA. They're providing new insights and new suggestions. They also run many crop organisations to the British Growers Association, so we can learn a lot from their other groups, such as broccoli and other cropping that they look after. I need to thank the sponsors, and a sincere thank you. Without the sponsors' contribution, this event would not happen. In particular to Syngenta, to Bulrush, to Beacon Camp, to Sinclair, to Dish Plant Pack, and to Preva. And finally, I need to thank you, the participants, for listening and for contributing to this meeting. And I'm told, hopefully, for future events, we'll go live, and we can all touch one another and shake hands and all those things. I have been told that both Harry Kitchener and Neil Bragg will buy any drinks if we're near the bar. So on that note, I thank you very much for attending. Wish you all well and wish you a successful season for 2022. Goodbye.